Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect.
test.
reservists
Who's your
at
team?
Dominic's
Yes.
stuff at the university. What?
Scroll down because it's not there. If you scroll down. Desktop audio. We're coming through. Hello, welcome to the stream, people. We've had technical problems for some time.
No, we haven't. We have been perfectly fine.
Yeah, no, I can hear her already.
Are we still coming?
No, we won't. Oh, I'm loud. Right, anyway, people of the stream, we apologise for the technical issues, but now we've got things working, so I'll leave you in the capable hands of Monsieur Oliver Anderson.
What capable hands?
Do you not have any hands?
No, I'm Bus 2.0.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Anyway, enjoy, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem.
What? So we're perfectly live now and no intro and stuff. And Andy, you should be in here with us, dealing with technical difficulties. But as we always go, hello and welcome, ladies, gentlemen, and those who identify as otherwise for this great afternoon of racing here on the Simsport Racing International YouTube channel, as we are live for the Endurance Championship Round 2. Qualifying have just passed through, and it looks to be a Ferrari front row lockout, and in about a minute and 10 seconds-ish, the cars will start rolling out on the track for the warm-up lap. And yes, I am very, very capable, as we all know, and we totally didn't have those difficulties. That was not something that happened. But I wasn't ready for fixing these stuff, as I have stuff I need to do before the race, but I don't have time to do all these stuff. Anyways, we are racing at Paul Ricard today, a track that personally I like, some people don't. It's a track where you either like it or you hate it. There's not really an in-between on this track. Very, very technical. What the? Very, very technical Sector 1 and Sector 2, but a very long straight in, well, Sector 3 of course, but a very long straight in Sector 2. So setting up the cars for this race must have been a bit of a challenge for some of the teams. What do you go for? The low downforce at the maximum speed down the long back straight. All the aerodynamic capabilities to actually take corners without dying. Well, we surely will find out in just a few moments, as the cars have started rolling out for the first time in race configuration for the 6-hour endurance event. A good mixture of cars, though it seems to be a little bit Ferrari dominated near the top of the field. We have Lexuses, Ferraris, Bentleys, even Hondas, anything the heart desires you will see here on the racetrack, even a Soul Mercedes, I believe. As we have the intimidating looks from the rear end of, well, the Luke Oil Esports racing team car, apparently all of a sudden. As we actually do get to see a somewhat reasonable look at the big ass, the long back straight. Here's the cars into that for the first time. On board from the car number 1, there's no end to the straight when you look at it from this angle. It just goes on forever and ever. A place where we have seen big crashes in the last couple of seasons when we have been sprint racing here, both in the corner leading onto the straight, but also in the middle of the straight, when people are battling for slipstream, and slight contact sometimes happen down the straight, and then people goes flying off into the walls, and they are not very nice walls around here. Reasonable run-off areas, though, here at Paul Ricard, famously known for being the sea of blue and red when you go off the track. Nothing but tarmac runoff here, so big mistakes don't cost too much. You can still keep the throttle on as long as you don't spin the car. But spinning the car going sideways or going sideways off the track will definitely murder your tires, as they will be flat spotted quite a bit quicker on this the surface than grass. As you see, the back end of the long straight, very difficult corner. Some drivers, they do a little bit of brake tap before going into the corner. Others, they just lift off the throttle ever so slightly. Very, very setup dependent and skill dependent, of course. The free cones that we can sort of see on the left-hand side of the track, that's the track limits, which is quite far off the actual white lines around the track, but that's how it goes. The long right hand, a few different lines can be taken through this corner that we are likely going to see during the race. Obviously, there are one line that are more optimum than others, and the rest will be slight mistakes, but a few different lines are possible there without too much time lost. One car starting from the pit lane, the 211. The Micon Red Racing Ford Mustang. Dropped from the jacks, waiting and waiting and waiting for the field to pass through. Might be a strategical call to start from the pits to avoid being in the mix of cars on lap 1, as contact are very likely to happen there, or more likely to happen when you're in the middle of the field than a good few hundred meters behind, and you will catch up to the tail end of the field anyway before the end of lap 1. As we go on to the back straight, and ladies and gentlemen, we are very shortly about to be racing! Interesting to see that the Ferraris don't get an equally good launch to the Honda behind. The lead Ferrari does go a little bit defensive, the Honda backs off. The Lamborghini of the Simsport Racing International car goes flying up there, making contact with the Honda, but stealing away tons of positions, moving up into 4th. It looks like the two Ferraris are being challenged by the Aston Martin right behind. Big dive there, just behind us. This car goes flying off into the abyss almost, but just cutting across the corners. Yellow flags are out now. And we are going across the first timing line, so we actually do get to see. That's Chamberlain. The Honda have been spun around there by that big dive. Very unfortunate for Mr. Chamberlain and the Honda team. They performed very well last time out. Speaking of performing very well, drag racing down the start-finish straight. The Luke Oil Racing team and the number 8 crew side by side down the Ministerial Straight. Into the tight right hand. It looks like the number 8 crew just edges ahead, but no, side by side through the corner. Will they come out of this alive? Look at how much that running is catching up from behind. So close into the following right hander. Ooh, a little bit of a wall there for the Luke Oil car, but still managing to keep all 4 wheels on the track. No big issues so far for these guys, except for the big dive in at the south end of the track. But all this battling, the Ferraris, they were edging ahead of the rest of the field, but this have opened up for Brunning, Spenkelink and Thomas to stay within, and Zimmerman even as well, to stay within fighting range of these drivers. Still one long train of cars as we are finishing lap 1, which took roughly 2 minutes. So people out there who does the math, you can definitely make out how many laps that will be racing today. Yellow flags at the final corner. Also a little bit of a tricky corner. I myself have been taken out there several times over the last couple of seasons of sprint racing, and not just this community but others as well. If you try the moves there, even just trying to keep position and someone from behind tries an overtake on the car behind you, then they will likely go into contact with you. That's the 311 car that's gone for a little bit of a spin there out of turn 2, it looks like. They have been overtaken by the Mustang that started from the pits. It looks like the number 4 BMW is coming as well. That looks to be a supercharged BMW, maybe. What team is that? The number 4 car. Looks to be a supercharged motorsports car, but could be wrong. Could just be a similar livery. Could in the middle of the field. Well, near the rear end of the field in the Sim Racing Holland car, you can see behind that the slipstreaming is going on here. As we had the rare look of Lexus and Honda just in the foreground of all this going side by side. Not something that we see every day, those two manufacturers in the same time. No, it's the Smash Bros team. The Smash Bros car, the number 4, Dominic Chavant behind the wheel of that at the minute. Smash Bros, also a fun name, I must say. But currently hanging about in 37th position, the 102 car in the pits. SLRT Ferrari crew up in 6th position, still somewhat within the the last car in the sort of the lead pack of cars that are emerging a bit at the minute. As the gaps are starting to form a little bit, gaps is still just a second that we're calling gaps here, but there are areas of the pack that are giving us an indication now of where the splits will be, the groupings of cars who we will be seeing battling at least over the first stint of the race. Top 6 separated by just about 2-3 seconds as we come onto the start, the back straight. Surely the gaps will minimize as only the lead car of this pack doesn't have the slipstream. This is a track that's not famously known for being super friendly to the Ferrari teams, but they surely are showing themselves in force in the top 10 at the minute. With what's that, 4, 5, 6 Ferraris in the top 10. We could even say 6 Ferraris in the top 9, but that just seems a bit weird. Not going to half slide there for the number 3 Mustang in the background. But Liam Walsh of the PSUK esports team applying the pressure on Caladini of SRT ahead of him. I wonder if Liam Walsh have what it takes to get this done. They are an equal machinery. Of course, he is assisted by the big toe down the back straight, and that it should be possible for him to do so at some point getting through. But whether or not that he actually wants to stay this close and take up tire life this early on in a stint, that's the big question. Maybe we'll see him drop a little bit further back and just maintain some life in the tires and try for something later on in the stint. As Paul Ricard are famously known for being very, very rough on tire wear. The left-hand tires around here are getting murdered in many of the corners. Almost physically abused, some would say. As we are riding on board the PSUK esports team. Inside for roughly what the driver will be seeing when racing. We see just a little bit of a tweak on the traction control going through the corner leading out to the back straight. Maintaining it good position actually for the slipstream, not too far behind and not too close, in perfect distance for a slingshot. It looks like, but no, he's not really getting now. He's coming, but will it be enough to try for it as we're coming down into the final corner, about 280 kilometers per hour, as we just do a little bit of a tap there on the brakes to not run too wide through this through the corner at the end of the Minstrel Straight. They kept it on there this time around. Not the biggest of virtual crowds around Paul Ricard, which also might be somewhat realistic as it is a little bit of a pain in the ass of getting to this racetrack, but it is what it is. The R2E Bentley in 14th position at the minute. Not the best placed Bentley. The best placed Bentley are just the 2 positions further up this pack. But in big battles at the minute. Last time they crossed a split, they were virtually side by side with the McLaren ahead of them. As Jesper van der Vaart will be trying to get closer closer to Tuja and passing him with Palavala ahead of him in the other Bentley. Oh, well, one of the other Bentleys. There are at least 3 of them on track. Which is good to see with the current LFM bump, that all cars seem to be somewhat equal or very equal, and many of these older cars, they have become competitive again. It's basically only the Nissan that I don't think that we have represented on the track today of the cars that you would expect to be. Oh, well, of all the cars in the game, well, of course the Jaguar and the Ricard Lambo as well, but besides that, I think we have all the manufacturers represented. YouTube chat could probably correct me on that if I'm completely wrong. Palavala in the Rio Bentley. And we can see the side-by-side action behind him, Bentley versus McLaren. Doesn't look like the R2E Bentley have that much top speed going on for them, as they couldn't pull themselves past the McLaren behind the McLaren. Getting very close to that, getting a little bit of an oversteer or understeer, maybe even. R2E Bentley going for a little bit of a drift show there. Big spectacle for the fans, of course. Not that good for the tires. And that's something that easily happens when you run very close into that final corner. If you are third or even further down in the tight pack of cars, then when to brake, when to release, that could be a very big question if you don't know the driver ahead and where he will lift off, or at least decrease in speed for the corners, as there will be a lot of constantinering there due to the fact that you're losing so much speed getting into the corner. Even though it doesn't look like it, because we are running so fast already, coming into it further up the field still. Whoa, that was the SSRI car there coming from the off track. Power slide back onto the track, losing a position back down into 5th. Michael Thomas ahead now in his Aston Martin. So he will be giving chase to Gruning now, but still very close from 2nd and all the way down to 6th. All the cars in this train, of course, will be the 2nd to 6th battle, with Zimmerman being in the rear end of that. Down the back straight we go once again. The R2E Bentley against the Tuja and the 55 McLaren. This time the McLaren doesn't have the slipstream of a car ahead. Looks like at the Bentley pulls alongside, but will it be enough? He is ahead, but not by a lot. Looks like the McLaren is actually coming back now, and it takes position before the lift off into the corner at the end of the straight there. Interesting to see. That could potentially show us that the R2E team are running a higher downforce configuration, and they are hoping for rain later on in the day. Big drive through. Chamberlain making his way through the field. Back up into 23rd. Of course, it's a little bit of a big recovery, or not a little bit of it. It is a big recovery they have to pull off here to get back out into the podium positions after a very good race at Barcelona last time out. Probably one of the best endurance events that I've ever seen. Virtually, at least. So close racing all the way through, and nothing was a certainty until very, very late on in the day there. Just Rammerman in the 610 Motorsports car now getting no, it's not the one getting overtaken, but he took a position there into 21st, and Chamberlain into 22nd now, getting ahead of Toddy in the 723 Aston Martin, it looks like. As they are in this very, very big train, this is where it's going to be very fun. A lot of cars close together. It's all about getting as early as possible onto the front, leading out to this back straight. Every single kilometer per hour counts down here on miles if you are from a weird ass country that uses those. But look at this. The 610 team are defending. So far, doesn't look like the Honda have too much of top end speed. Back into the slipstream, out again, back into the slipstream, going through the corner side by side action ahead of them. They could be taking advantage of this as they go almost NASCAR racing through the right hand of that Timberlake. Gets caught out a bit by the lower speeds, trying the high line through. Looks to be working. One car crashing out. Timberlake gains one position, but that was the 610 car going into the off track. Timberlake behind Wehrmachermann. On the that was no, that's not Wehrmachermann. That's Mari, I think, in the ATS Corsa esports car, one of our favorite liveries of Barcelona. Beautiful, beautiful car. Works equally well around here, even though it is a little bit camouflaged in the track with all the red and blue we see around here. Very, very nice livery on that car. The ATS crew can really be proud of their livery guy. Did a great job on that. Good details on it, but he's under extreme pressure not to get too much into the livery stuff by Toddy behind and Aaron van Doren even getting into this as we see cars going sideways and spinning out in the background of the shot. As this is just purely wild racing. Where's car 645? We are being asked. No clue at the minute. We had technical difficulties, so I don't have all of my stuff open that I usually will, but 38th is being yelled into my ear. So nearing the rear end of the field. Side by side now from Mari and Toddy. Into the minstrel corner. That means that Aaron van Doren, if he could have kept the car nicely placed there, could have gone into the attacking positions. But didn't. As they are likely to yellow flags once again. That was a sideways moment for the 204 car. It looks like on the radar, at least at the rear end of the Minstrel Straight. A corner that should be that's a Mercedes. That brings out memories of Steve Parker being the drift king around here in a Mercedes. Race a few, what's that, 1 year, 2 years ago at this point? Oh, we're getting too old for this, Chris, but remember the race where Steve Parker went sideways through that corner every time? I think we should call that the Steve Parker corner from now on. That is hereby decided. Nevertheless, Dennis Goldman in the lone Lexus in 29th position, right behind Jesse van Dryle in 28th. The Lexus, a beautiful car, one of my favorite all-time cars to drive, I must say. Very, very tricky car to be in control of, but so satisfying, and what an engine sound that Lexus produces. But they are chasing down the THRC team, currently driven by Jesse van Dryle onto the start-finish straight. The Lexus are quite quick in a straight line, but they are very likely running a bit more downforce than you will in the BMW around this track to maintain some kind of control in the Lexus. Two of the woo. A bit of a moment there with still a bit of a moment there with Jesper van der Vaart and Tudjan. Must have been. Van der Vaart gets going again without too much of a loss. As the Rio Bentley is up there in 12th. No, 11th. They have overtaken Swerves in the number 1 R2E car. But nothing seems to come out of that. Except for the position gain, of course, for the Bentley. Across the line he goes. And into turn 1 as we see the Porsche getting very close there on the braking. Must be there must be some great braking attributes in that Porsche. At least their setup, it seems to be, they looked very strong when they're braking there through turn 1 in the heavy braking zone, but whether or not that was just a one-time thing, or the Bentley might have been too early on the brakes, and that's what caused the half dive, we'll have to wait and see. Scrubs still in hot pursuit. And with this short distance, you never know what can happen. They are very equally matched on speed, at least on the pace. It looks like between the R2E car and the Rayo Bentley. You can see how they're towing themselves up in the different lines, and it looked like the Scrubs was a little bit too early on the turn in there. What could have been a purposely made choice. Doesn't look like it though. Further up the field, Sam Spenkeling still giving chase to Zimmermann. Lambo versus Ferrari, the lone Lambo on track. Once again, proving that the Lambo is still a quite competitive car if you know how to drive it. Non-existing, Chris. Chris, people can't hear you, so now people will think that I'm strange and have an imaginary friend again. Well, Chris in the background, no, I'm not racing this race because Dominic have university stuff and Brit is an American C word. And I wasn't made aware of this until earlier this week, and with slight hopes of actually still entering a car, which meant that we were effed, or I was effed. Next time I'll just do these 6-hour races alone if stuff like that happens. Be like, if you guys, I'm racing home. 6 hours is not too long to do solo, by the way. That could be done if you are driving guard. Like myself, obviously if I was racing I would be 20 seconds in the lead at this point, and no one can ever prove me wrong. Obviously. To Jen, the Evolution Simsport car, applying the pressure on Scrubs, who have lost a little bit of ground there to Palavala. I wish that I was named Palavala, that'd be fun. But Tuja now on the attack on the R2E car. It looks like that R2E car might be set up a little bit more towards a rain setup than at least the cars in the near proximity of them. As they seem to be struggling a little bit on speed in this race. The Porsche obviously not known for being the fastest car in the world, but with absolute minimum wings, it should still be around the equal top speed as the other cars. The LHR team of Toby Toddy giving chase to Balding in the 79 car. One of those numbers that in my head I always think of a different team when I see the 79 number, different drivers than the current ones, but times change in sim racing. They are not here today, but it is what it is. The close battling going through here. Looks to be slightly different lines now. It's about getting as early as possible on the throttle. Looks like the Aston didn't have an equally good run to the McLaren coming out of the corner where you start accelerating onto this long back straight. The minuscule straight that will lead into Steve Parker corner. But look at this, the Aston Martin going onto the attack early on down the straight. He should be able to pull himself through in this situation, and he surely does. And through Steve Parker corner we go. very close to the track limits there, but I kept it inside. It looked like this is one of those tracks where we do expect a lot of track limit drive-throughs over the course of the race, as there are quite a few corners where track limits often happen. It's a little bit strict on track limits, sort of like Valencia in regards of the track limits and track limits expectancy per lap driven. Not as bad as Misano though, but up there on the track limits board. And Toby Tolly now have to try and gap Splending behind to maintain this 20th position. The quicker he can do that, the quicker he can start chasing down a miss in 19th in one of the Bentleys. 24th, the ATS Corsa esports team have been overtaken by the 211 pit lane starting Ford Mustang, and currently behind them we have Aaron Fedorin in the CBSR car. So it's basically two of my favorite liveries on track next to each other there with what's that? That's a Van der Linde behind, also a good livery on that Aston Martin they have. So this will be known as the Battle of the Liveries. Of course, CBSR will probably drop a bit of pace during the course of the race, as they are famously known for getting drunker and drunker as time goes on during these race days. Aaron Fedorin and Anthony Horst, of course, the drivers of that machinery. Through Steve Parker corner we go, and both cars look to be perfectly under control. Still no rain expected at the minute, so at least the first stint of this race should be done, or will be done in dry conditions. Reminder to the teams out there and drivers, you can well, we would like for you to come in for interviews during the course of the race, talk a little bit about your expectations of the race and how things are going. Maybe a story of your team, how you came together, what the team is all about. Do that by going onto our Discord under broadcasting and join the interview waiting room. And as soon as we see you there, we'll drag you into the stream and we'll have a bit of a talk about you, your race and your team, as we see a little bit of contact there between Aaron Fedorin and Mari. As Fedorin ends up taking full advantage of that, and Patrick van der Linden as well goes ahead of Mari of the ATS Corsa's esports team. Maybe a little bit of naughty driving there, but Fedorin at least takes it for now and runs down the back straight into 24th position for him. And that's how quickly it goes. If you lose one position, there's a very big likelihood that another driver behind you are ready to strike as well. Porsche in a BMW sandwich could behind a Germont ahead. I think it's the Simsport or Sim Racing Holland car behind, and this will be the Royal Sports Endurance car ahead. The Porsche free wide down the back straight. The Sim Racing Holland car backs out of it. Very smart driving there of Kund, as free wide into Steve Parker corner that often ends up in very bad decisions. Smarter way driving there, but looks like the Porsche of Matt Royal takes a position there, even though it looked like he wasn't as quick as the Sim Racing Holland car down the back straight. He still managed to get out of that ahead. Flashing of lights behind. I don't think Germont is very pleased with the something there. Maybe some dirty driving, but it didn't look like it from the cameras at least that we saw it from. Of course, drivers are fairly known to be annoyed and thinks that everyone that overtakes them are cheating, so that could be the reasoning for those flashes. And Royal are gapping the two BMWs behind. It was so slightly after just a sector of being ahead of them, but that could just be a rhythm thing, as it does look like that Chermont is getting pressured by Kund more and more from behind, and Kund is closing those few meters every corner. But still, three cars is closed down the Minstrel Straight that can only end up in fun racing. Through the corner leading out, that looked like that the Porsche actually had a little bit of a moment there, but not too much. But will that impact his chances to defend? We'll wait and see. Kund and Chermont, the hunting BMWs down the back straight. Can the Porsche fend them off into Steve Parker corner? Ooh. Yes, that's what the cars say. Yeah, he does fend them off the first time around, but very close racing. Chermont tries alternate lines to get something done there. Nothing really came out of that. And the racing goes on, as to be expected of racing like this. Could still in the chasing position. I wonder if he's just trying to save a little bit of tires, and that he will only go for it down the straights. That could be an option. Also, speaking of tire wear, I'm very glad that I'm not in the Mercedes, Lexus, or Honda around here. All three cars known for not being too kind on their tires, so they could be in for some tire managing driving for the next 5.5 hours of racing. Half an hour have passed, which means that we are halfway through the first hour. Obviously, logic is great. But that also means that I can finally have a little bit of a 5-minute break, get some things ready for this, for the waiting reminder of the race. Although we'll just follow Patrick Vettel here in the pursuit of Aaron Fendora into the Steve Parker corner. And see if anything comes out of this. Highly doubtful though, so we'll be right back in 5 to 7-10 minutes time-ish, and hopefully be ready for the first pit stop round. And the racing keeps going, even though that we go away for a short period of time. Michael Thomas up near the business end of the field, sort of say, in pursuit of Gruning ahead of him. Both in Aston Martin cars, the Aston Martin duo behind the two Ferraris in front. Still within a reasonable distance to the two cars ahead of them. So if they start working together, they could potentially catch up to the 406. That's the Luke Oil Ferrari ahead of them that we can just see in the foreground of the shots here. But honestly, I think that Michael Thomas is interested in one thing and one thing only at this point, that is overtaking for third and being the car giving chase. As Thomas goes very close to the car head, still close through the final corner. Now it's a matter of acceleration. Both cars giving a little bit of a traction loss there out of the final corner down the start-finish straight. From the outside, Thomas showing himself in the mirrors at least, but not close enough for a move this time around. We are getting into the final half of the first stint for most of these drivers, so a tire will become a larger and larger factor in this, at least this stint of the race. Interesting to see if anyone stretches the stints to maximum or if everyone comes in around the 5-hour mark. Down the back straight into the toe, equal machinery. Of course, there can be a little bit of difference in setup between the two Aston Martins, but Michael Thomas doesn't look to be close enough, at least. Oh, maybe he is. Maybe he is close enough. He will try it, it looks like. Under the wing, out of the toe, he breaks it and takes third down the Minstrel Straight. Why? Oh, the Mistral Straight, definitely mispronouncing that. Someone will probably come in and correct me at some point in the stream, but that is what we call it. I will just have to send a quick message around here. As racing goes on, Michael Thomas in third position now, the driver giving chase. They were 1.8 last time across the start-finish line, now they are 1.7 behind, but of course with the team playing almost down the Minstrel Straight, maybe they will the slipstream share and swap positions down the back straight to try and gain time on the Ferraris ahead of them. Further down the field, the Evolution Esports team in this battle with R2E behind them is Swerps and Tudja once again. Swerps having to take a little bit of a evasive line there through turns 1 and 2, which allows Andrew Richardson right into this battle. Andrew Richardson in the Mode 11 car. Right, white and red and white livery on that car. They have a few different alternate liveries of the machine that they can run. They have the white and red, of course, as well. And I think a blue and white car have been seen as well for the Mode 11 crew. Might be a green and white also, if the memory is not too much out of the window. Look at this train of cars. Look at this train of cars down the back straight. Like fighter jets in formation going through the Steve Parker corner. Mode 11 trying to build a momentum there, slips with a wider line through. allowing Richardson almost into the move, but Swerves exiting the corner with more speed. We can see that the Mode 11 car running a little bit tighter lines at this point, with both Hookerla and Chamberlain behind them. Hookerla and Chamberlain could potentially be challengers for top 10s with their teams. Of course, Mode 11 are one of those teams that you can never count out of that as well, as they are fairly known for being super consistent drivers all around in that car. Chamberlain on the attack on Jonas Hookerla behind. The Honda versus McLaren looks like that Hookerla just backs out of that one, lets Chamberlain have it for now at least, opting to lose as little time as possible, letting Chamberlain almost sail through. The Creme de la Course Honda into 16th now after we saw that early spin for them on lap 1. Having to fight their way all the way through the field and gaining good positions after the first 40 minutes of racing. They are still very much in this, as there's still over 5 hours left of the race, and they are very closely there with the Mode 11 car ahead. But further up the field, the left-hand racing team of Joshua Groening still within fighting distance of Michael Thomas and the, was it Red something racing car of the 528 machine, the Red Kings Motorsport. It was, of course. Calling yourself king might be a little bit over the top, but hey ho, racing is racing. And it is a game of big egos coming together. Sims sprinkling in 6th still. Still with Walsh not losing too much ground to him. Interesting that Walsh is sticking with Sim as well. Of the PS UK esports team. That's a car that fellow commentator Andy King will be taking over at some point during this race. Obviously, we don't know exactly their stint timings, but he will be getting into the car at some point. The number 3 Mustang. Beautiful livery on that car, sort of an icy livery, you would say, with the white and blue. It looks very nice. Please break T1. Soothing name for a Mustang car. Yes, I'm just trying to get this stuff working. Then this. Then open this again. Thiago Diotte in that Chamberlain now on the attack on Swerves down the back straight. Straight into the action. Defending champions of the R2E team. RNE, I think they are actually. RNE, R2E, that's the old Rene and Ricard actually. Thinking about it. But Chamberlain gets the move done. Getting himself up into 13th position, also past the Mode 11 car at some point during the last lap or two. With Jesper van der Vaart, ooh, in the R2E car there, one of the cars going out there being almost see-through on the off-track area. But action still goes on all the way through the field. 15 minutes until we expect the first couple of pit stops. And looking very, very much forward to those. To see who's getting into the cars. And I now managed. And now I managed to get some data going, and that's the red Mustang. Now my stream is getting a little bit blurry for some reason, but that's the car that started from the pits all the way up into 20th position. They might be on for something as well in this race, as they seem to be making great progress through the field. Their next job will be a miss in the 88 Bentley. But still 5 seconds up the road, but a great drive for these guys from pit lane start to 20th in 45 minutes. That's some pace that they are showing. Though it's still a long race to go, so a lot of things could happen for these guys. The Dimicon Red team. I think that's how to pronounce it, or that will at least be how we pronounce it in this race. Toby Toddy with a very action-packed first stint. Seems like every time we see this car, it's in close battling with someone else. Now it's with Vermen and Patrick van der Linden behind. Wasn't Peter? I do believe it's Patrick. It could be Peter actually. Let me just have a little bit of a check on that. It is Patrick. It is Patrick. I'm being yelled in my ears. But Toddy definitely having a fun first stint so far. A lot of battling, but mostly defensive battling for Toddy. It seems to be they had a good qualifying compared to race speed of the Aston. Again, it could be due to a more wet focused setup, but so far it seems to be somewhat working for the 22nd. Is not shabby for any teams with this large of a grid. With almost all the cars still closely packed together around the track at some point. Not many cars having much room for themselves to drive around in. Andrew Richardson here under severe pressure, but Swerps goes a little bit wider there. He actually overtook Swerps there. Andrew Richardson did, which means the Mode 11 car moves up into 14th position in the race and can now give chase to Tudja ahead of them. He's not too far up the road, so not unrealistic that we'll see the BMW of Andrew Richardson catching up at some point. Still with quick drivers to come in that car, though no Bas van Melis this time either. He's on vacation, but I think that's just a silly excuse for him not to go racing. Could just have brought a laptop and some sort of a controller. We would have loved to see that. Swerves though, a little bit of a moment once again that the rear end of the Porsche doesn't look too stable. Swerves gets extremely pressured from Hokala at the minute. Hokala, who also seems to be a man on a mission for comeback in this race. Flying off pressure. We have seen the McLaren being strong down the back straight so far in this race. With a good top end, especially from slipstreaming positions, but at this point he is a little bit far behind and not gaining on the Porsche. At this point, it's getting into being a little bit late on the straight if he wants to go for it. So we'll assume that Scripps maintains position for now at least. He does. The very wide line always looks like cars are going off track there when you are on board from behind, but that is just the racing line. This time Richardson not too good in the second corner there, which means that the Scripps are on it immediately again. but still not the greatest differences in lap times in this race between the different cars. Very closely packed racing as Swerves goes onto the offensive. There's surprise attack, almost it looked like on Andrew Richardson. Catching them both out, it looked like. As Hokala is side by side with Swerves now. Could he potentially get the move done? Not this time around. With both of the R2E cars close together. With just Hokala in between the R2E sandwich. Hokala not getting the best of exits there onto the back straight. Look at that, how the R2E Bentley really have the overspeed early on, but is that enough, as he will have to pull out the slipstream almost immediately to try for it. See then the bottom parts of the picture, the Bentley have gone side by side with the McLaren, battle of the British manufacturers. It looks like into Steve Parker corner, the Bentley backs out a bit, allowing Hokala to maintain position there. Could have pushed a little bit harder, but smart racing, not risking the car this early on. This actually gives Plius somewhat of a lifeline in this battle group, putting him somewhat into the mix if anything happens ahead of him. Yes, then get a 4, then get the 654 crew into the commentary booth. We would love to hear from you guys. With 5 hours 7 to go, we are getting into the area where undercuts could be a thing for some of these teams. Little bit early on. A little bit early though, but it could be a potential strategy if you're in traffic and you believe that you have more pace. You will be on more worn tires later in the race, of course, but you would have the advantage of a few minutes of fresher tires than your opponents. The 610 car of Vermont battle for 20th with Simsport in the Ford Mustang that is started from the pits though, so this could be a thing that the Mustang hadn't really managed to pull away at this point. That could be tires that are giving up on that Mustang, as it is known for being not so nice on the tires. As we see the first drive through for track limits, that is Plius who got that only 54 minutes into the race, but that just shows how difficult it is to maintain the car within the track limits around this track. Close battling for Vermont and Simsport. As things are happening. As Plius dives in to save the drive-through immediately. They're getting it. Down the start-finish straight, it's very tight between Vermaren and Simsport. Very defensive line from the Ford Mustang there behind as well. Battle for positions, side by side, switching and swapping around in racing lines. Good to see it, keeping it clean also, as the 88 serves the penalty and comes out of the pits. Quite far down, so this has become the battle for 19th position. As the cars pass the timing line, we'll see the 88 drop down the timing board. Once again, the 610 Motorsports crew on the attack. Down the back straight we go. Tucked nicely in under the slipstream. Will he pull out and try the move? Looks like he is close enough to at least attempt it, but it will be the long way around. He tries for it. Side-by-side action behind as well. He's still there. Switches to the inside. Still have the move on. He does get it done. Just Vermaeren into 19th position, but this is not over yet. Now it is. But behind as well is Patrick van der Linden, and that's Toddy, I think, next to him in this this marvelous battle. And the 102 car, that must be a back marker then, as we don't see them directly on the boards. But close battle, like flashing of the lights from the 102. Maybe not too happy about how that went down. But Patrick van der Linden got the move done there on 30. Across the line they go. One more time. It will be interesting to see who of the front runners are the first to call it for the pits. They will gain an immediate advantage of having the fresher tires, but that could come back to bite them later on in the race. The Mustang seems to be struggling a bit. That's Team Mirror in the DSRT car. Haven't had the greatest of races this time around, in 30th position for these guys. But still a long race to go, so still a lot of potential for getting back up the field and gaining a few more positions before the end of the race. But though on the attack now on that's the 74 car, that's a Novice in the Aston Martin, trying it down the back straight. Now my computer's doing weird stuff. I don't know how to fix this like this. Yes, fixed it. And actually gains the position, it looks like. Oh, was that a back marker even? Could have been, as he's still 30th. It was 30th before as well. Yeah, that was a back market. Novice is not even in an Aston Martin. Paulo Novice is in the Ferrari ahead there, but Tim Murray still 30th. But yeah, going through the back marker. The back marker showing a good racecraft there, letting him through and letting Likud go through as well. Almost going off track to like couldn't go through without disturbing Kud's race. Here we go, pit stop round is starting. That's the 79 car of Splending being the first one to call it. He will of course drop down quite a few positions. Friends, our friends. But yeah, interesting to see what they will do. Of course, getting those fresher tires on, and they will be roughly on the hour mark strategy then. Of course, going deep into extending the stint as much as possible are always a viable strategy when we don't know the exact weather for the rest of the race, as it gives you a larger window to jump in for tire changes. So you don't risk having to come in for fuel and then going out onto the track, going back in 2 laps later for wet tires. But if it stays dry, then they might be onto something with the undercut strategy and getting it around the 1 hour mark. Maximilian Glass in the GSE Racing Esports team, not pulling away from the Luke Oil guys behind. Only 1.2 seconds in it between the top two, and just under 3 seconds further down from Ivanov in the Luke Oil car to Michael Thomas in the Red King Motorsports team. That would be your top 3 at the minute. swerves into the pits as well. Look at how close they are to the track limits. Really taking that as swerve around the cones to ensure staying within the track limits there through the Steve Parker corner. I wonder if we will be seeing driver swaps this early on if the teams opt for double stints. These goes for one more lap. Toddy now on the attack on Simsport. Simsport really flaws out a bit on can only be tire wears. They were so quick earlier on in the stint, but have dropped off here at the later parts. Rain expected in 30 minutes. This will change the strategies around a bit for the teams. Those who pitted early, they might be onto the right thing. Ooh, big slide there from Toddy. All the teams that sees this rain in 30 minutes, they will definitely be diving in immediately for a fresh set of tires and fuel now to get them there. Of course, it's only light rain expected so far, but that can quickly change. Ricard in the ice-ish Mustang into the pits. A few others we see there. There we go. Toddy and the Simsport car coming in. That's the ATS car behind as well into the pits. Big pit stop round have started though with stint limits as well. It would be unusual if anyone would be going deeper at this point, as that would be maybe stretching it a little bit too far. But nevertheless, the big pit stop round are on at the minute. The Luke Oil team have really caught up to Gallus in the lead of the race. There must have been some sort of slight mistake or something to allow the Luke Oil team into this one. But both of these cars we will expect to turn very hardly to the right now and go into the pit lane. No, they go for one more lap. One more lap for these guys. They do know that the rain will be inbound, but they opt to take that extra lap on these very, very used tires, as Ivanov goes way too deep there into turn one, giving Gallus a little bit of breathing room in front of the field now, and giving him the opportunity just to regain a bit of focus and collect some energy in his mental mind to continue this battle. Still 5 hours to go. Vela into the pits as well. Yes, fun stuff, fun wording. Down the back straight, 1.1 between them. Lost there about 3/10 through turn one, roughly. Also allowing Michael Thomas within 2 seconds, and you know, in the pits, 1-2 seconds can quickly be won or lost depending on how good you are at hitting your brake markers at the correct time and stopping the car and launching it out of the pits also. Big gaggle of cars further down the field though. This is the Tuja group coming onto the back straight. Tuja, Pavela, Chamberlain, a lot of these guys in it together. Of course, we'll have to see that. I think the Ferrari behind is a back marker of sort. There must be, as it's Richardson behind these guys, but a lot of cars, big gang of cars down the back straight. If that Ferrari behind have fresher tires, then he will be very, very unhappy about the situation of having all the guys ahead of him, as he can't take advantage of the tires. And that is traffic, big traffic. The Rayo Bentley in 8th. With is that a DSR? I think that's a DSRT Ferrari behind. Must be moves out of the way. That he must be a back marker then. Yeah, it's Kurt Peters who is into this, but he is in a battle with the white Ferrari behind, and that's why he wasn't just giving up a lot of ground to the faster cars lapping him. Still no pitch from these guys in the very front. I'm a little bit surprised about that. With the rain approaching in the horizon, of course, that the rain can change, but they have to be in next lap. Otherwise, they will run over the 67-minute stint timer. But they are cutting it fairly close. Was it 68? I think it's 60. It's 68. That's why they are doing the extra lap. Otherwise, it would have been a little bit too close, but still running it too close to comfort for my liking. In a situation like this, but Ivanov have caught up to Gallas once again. Looks like that the Luke Oil car are quite a bit stronger on tire, whereas they have been so good here in the last couple of minutes of the stint. Ooh, saying that a little bit too early maybe, as he gets a bit of a moment on there. But less than a second between them after the first hour. These guys will be coming into the pits now. That very sharp turn, that will surely cause some issues later on in the race for some cars. Very, very close there to the pit limiter. You can see we'll try and hang on with these guys, even though it will be 30 seconds of parked cars. This is the top three we can see in the pictures here. And you can see the Luke Oil team doing something very interesting there, making the way around to the pit box as short as possible. Instead of staying in the fast lane, they come in and they sort of cut the pit lane as much as possible to gain those few extra tenths. A bit of a pro gamer move there, some would say. Look at all these cars in pit lane. I wonder if anyone will try and stay on the same tires. Will be unlikely. Or at least very, very risky. That's the first car moving. Thomas in the background and both Ferraris come out. Same gap roughly between the top two. Gallas have exited the car and Brookhammer have entered the number 8 GSE Racing eSport car. We'll wait until we cross the first timing line to see whether or not that Ivanov have stayed in the Luke Oil machine, or whether or not that they change drivers as well. As the Luke Oil car is immediately putting pressure on it. It's still Ivanov in the Luke Oil car. He might have the advantage of being more prepared and still within the car and the rhythm and everything mentally. He's ready for this. Will Brookhammer just got into the car and have to find the rhythm now, and he doesn't have much time to do so as he's under severe pressure. As Ivanov onto the attack with the Luke Oil Ferrari down towards the Steve Parker corner on the outside. Not the usual way to go, but he takes as much room as possible, keeps the higher speed, and he does make it happen. Into the lead of the race goes Ivanov with the Luke Oil Racing. Manuel Brookhammer half a lap in the car, demoted into second. Now it's all about getting into the rhythm quickly, staying with Ivanov and trying to strike back as early as possible. Not allowing that Luke Oil car to get much room in the front will be the best thing that he can do at this point. Kevin Schuller in the left-hand racing car on the have actually lost out the pits there to Fredriksson and Spenkeling in the SSRI Lamborghini. Also Timberlane up into 6th position, so they also gained big on the pits. And Andy King have taken over the PSUK car, by the way. But Tej Fredriksson have made the move on the left-hand racing team, probably in the pit lane, you would expect. So Tej can now give chase to Michael Thomas if he have the pace for it. as Chamberlain will be coming from behind further down the field. Simsport in the IRL Endurance Racing Team. Aston Martin car here behind the 211 Simsport Ford Mustang, who have caught up to MS in the 88 Bentley. MS haven't had the best of pit stops then, as he was quite a bit further ahead before the pit stop round. So he will be on it. With big defenses needs to happen for this round. Or the stint at least, with the Bentley being chased so hardly by the Mustang behind. Why does my PC keeps doing that? Different lines, trying to cut into for the better exit onto the back straight. Mustang looks to actually have it this time around. So he could potentially get the move on here and pull himself ahead of the Bentley of Amos. In and out of the slipstream, trying to time it perfectly. Here we go. Oh, that's so close to contact between them there, but I think they just managed to get around it. It does go for the inside line later on the brakes. Both cars heavier, slightly heavier on the brakes than usual, which allows Smith to catch back up to the battle. And Simsport now into 18th position, getting the move done on Amos in the 88 Bentley. Both of these teams opting to keep drivers in the cars and then not swap in the pits. Of course, that's a matter of preference between from team to team. That varies from team to team and driver to driver, even with teams, whether or not that you prefer doing doubles, even triple stints over swapping every time you box. There are no time loss from the driver change compared to when you anyways are taking tires. So it is really a mental game that whether or not that you can do 2 stints in a row. If you can do the 2 stints in a row without getting mentally exhausted or even physically exhausted, as some people have very heavy sim rigs, then it can be a huge advantage, as you can stay within the rhythm of the car, and some drivers just prefers that over swapping every hour. It also varies from teams with 2 drivers and teams with up to 4 or 5 drivers from some cars, maybe even 6 for the very few. The only Mercedes on the track, Simsport WRT, the 204 car, in 34th position, still hanging there. The Mercedes are not the nicest car to drive around here. They will be looking forward to Kyalami, at least, as the Mercedes performs much better there compared to Paul Ricard. They have 4 seconds up to Norris in the Ferrari further up the road for their next battle, 4.5. And they are right in the area of traffic where the front or the lead group are slowly coming through them. And that's one of the things in endurance racing. When you are in that area of the field where you are expecting to get left during a race, you can win a lot of, not win, you can gain a lot of time on your opponent drivers by knowing how to get it done in the most efficient way possible. That's a skill that's often quite a bit underrated. That getting lapped in traffic can be a huge knowing how to get lapped proper can be a huge advantage in the battling in this end of the field. As we see the MSR Esports Eternal team in the battle with the number 4 BMW that's piloted by Pelliant. I believe that they at least the Pelliant are new after the pit stops in the car. Not too sure about O'Brien. I don't think he drove the first stint, so I think both cars are with fresh drivers. Which is interesting to see with, I think that's the Luke Oil Ferrari behind them, the race leader coming up to lap them for the first time. So how they will handle this will be interesting to see, as O'Brien can definitely use this to his advantage if the Luke Oil Ferrari overtakes him at the right time off the track or the right place, which could be done. Maybe he's close enough to get it done down the back straight. Or maybe O'Brien is close enough to get it done down the back straight to Pelliant. Front row seats for the battle for Ivanov in the Ferrari behind. Going for the move side by side. Coming into Steve Parker corner, the Ferrari behind will have to slow down a little bit here, more than usual, to avoid running into the back of them. O'Brien getting out of the way at the number 4 BMW as well, just going slow. Car is spun there on the in the middle of the corner. Doesn't matter as these two guys kept through side by side on the exit now. O'Brien and Pelliant, this is very good driving between the two drivers. Interesting battling. Still side by side, Pelliant on the... He have lost it. I think that's O'Brien now. But still side by side, Pelliant strikes back. Wonderful battling here. Through the final corner of the track, still side by side, almost half a lap of this so far. Wow, this is racing. O'Brien will try it on the outside with Pelliant at the inside into turn 1, but remember it changes from a left-hander to a right-hander quickly. Now it seems to the defense is concluded for the first time in half a lap. Pelliant can take a little bit of a relaxing time. In the bottom right-hand picture we see that's the battle for second place. That's going on there. Michael Thomas on the offense on Brookhammer for second, but that's the thing. It doesn't matter if you're in the front or the back of the field. The battling is so intense. Doesn't matter where you go really. All these drivers have sort of the same mentality of winning the race, or winning the race from their perspective. Not all teams have the goals of finishing first. You might be in a team where finishing in the top 20 are your team goal, and that's like a win to you if that happens. Could be top 30, could be top 35, it could be staying within a certain amount of laps of the lead car, winning car. That gets a little bit iffy there through the final corner. Oh no, sorry, through Steve Parker corner. And that's actually Novias who have joined the battle as well in the black Ferrari. The 74 Ferrari behind them. So quite intense battling happening up here. But traffic are coming up behind them, and they will have to respect that at some point. That's 33rd placed car, the Simsport Mercedes behind the now a lap ahead Simsport Racing International Lamborghini. Two cars that are only one entry from each of these manufacturers in this event. The Mercedes and Lamborghini. Two of, I think, 4 manufacturers that have only been selected by one team, as we have the hashtag 50 Lexus and the Chamberlain driven Honda. Creme de la Court Racing, I think they were called, the Honda team. Could making the move into 26th there on Guifafa, Guifrida. Guifrida. Whoops. As Kut will be settling in and now trying to give chase. No, it wasn't Guifrida, it was Giansanti. He made the overtake on, as he will be trying to chase down Buddha in the Lexus ahead. Giansanti. I think the entire country of Italy now hates me for my terrible pronunciations, but I guess it is what it is. We can't win every time. Giansanti of the ATS Corsa esports team that do manage to find themselves a lot in the focus of the cameras, but that car is just luring us in every time we see it. That's the thing about sim racing. Not everyone within the sim racing community are the preferred drivers. Some of the guys out there, they can spend hours and hours and hours on just making the perfect livery. There are people out there who loves doing these liveries. Drive through there for the Mercedes now track limits, I believe that will be. But there are people out there who just loves doing the liveries and loves it so much that they will maybe spend 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 hours of on making a livery for a race, and then only doing maybe an hour of practice in the actual car before driving it. But that's the beauty of this. A lot of different people out within this community. We even have people who are just mathematical geniuses who likes doing the nerding of these setups of the cars and doesn't enjoy the actual racing that much. But the math equations that it takes to get racing going, and puts it down to equations rather than a competition of talents. We have the engineering types who loves doing that. We have the people who don't like doing the engineering of these cars. The people who, or the Chris's who just enjoys doing the camera works and getting some good racing on a Saturday afternoon, spending all day behind a PC. Idiots like me who apparently have no life, preferring to sit here and do commentary for 6 hours over driving apparently. We have our wonderful stewarding crew out there. Big shout out to those guys as well, as I know that they are working very hard at the minute on looking at the first set of incidents, as the rain is getting super close now. Within the next 10 minutes, so we will have to start looking out for windscreen wipers that start going off and rain lights getting turned on. Remember, just silent remembering, or well, just to put it out there, remember to turn on your rain lights, drivers. It is super distracting if you don't have them on. They are there for a reason. Ross O'Connor, the police brake, turn 1 car now. Into 11th position with Valiano in the SRT car behind. And Caprian in the Bentley ahead. Caprian, who did super well at Barcelona. Really getting that car into a rhythm, and just perfect lap after perfect lap for Caprian there early on in the race. He was leading for a long time in Bentley. So let's see how far up he can get that Bentley in his first stint here. But look at that, Chamberlain is actually at a point where if he wasn't spun around in turn 1, or well, on lap 1, he could potentially have been leading the race in the Honda at this point. Looking at the gaps up to the lead car, that's 10, 11, 14 plus whatever Michael Thomas is behind Ivanov. 20-21 seconds-ish, and that's quickly the time loss he have had of the spin, plus having to find his way through the field, so he could have been up there battling. So what a recovery drive so far from Chamberlain, getting himself back up into 6th position. Villa under pressure, or putting the pressure on Parker, and gets himself into 8th position, demoting Steve Parker and the PS. Oh, it's not Steve Parker, Andy King. Andy King and the PS UK esports team down into 9th position. Where the Intercom VDM Simsport racing team have gotten themselves up into 8th. But you never know with King. I don't think he's done with the battling yet, as he will try to stay with Vala for as long as possible to get the move done and reclaim position. But again, it can be a tough ask. That's a back marker ahead of the blue flags are being waved from the marshal posts. And he pulls off the racing line for the Steve Park corner, and he lets them both go. Smart, aware driving. I wonder from when the rain hits how long we will see before we get the first pit stops for wet tires. This is where experience surely will come into play, and setups. Some people will dive in as soon as they see rain on their windscreen wipers, even though you can go a few laps before going in. Though on a track like this, where you take a lot of curving during a lap, it might not be super fun staying out on the slicks. You will have to adapt your racing lines quite quickly. But again, not too many corners where you would actually lose too much in staying out on the slick tires compared to the full wets in at least intermediate conditions. So that will be something to look out for. Also, which cars we'll see gain a lot of time in the rain. Also, even quite up there with Michael Thomas now in 2nd, Fredriksson in 3rd. Brookhammer have dropped into 4th and being chased down by Schroeder and Chamberlain from behind. Whilst doesn't look like the Team Villa's pulling that far ahead of Andy King, but just enough to keep King behind and out of immediate threat distance. He will need to make a rather large mistake for that to become a thing. Just a little bit further down the road, this is Ryan O'Connor and Dario Venilio from the SRT team, and that's the Please Brake Turn 1. Please Brake Turn 1 Ford Mustang ahead of them. Here potentially or theoretically halfway through the second stint-ish. With Venelio giving chase, of course, in the Ferrari. Once the rain hit, I think the Ferrari might be one of the cars that will seem to, or will be the better cars to be in. The Ferrari have seemed to be one of the better cars in wet conditions over the at least last 2 endurance seasons. So ever since the 296 or whatever it's called got introduced into racing, it's seemed to be a very good wet car compared to the other cars around them. Though the Aston is also fairly well driven in the rain. We all know how strong that car can be if set up correctly. We haven't seen that much of the Mustang yet to really put a fair evaluation of that car in the wet. The Honda will definitely be a challenge to drive. McLaren is okay but challenging. BMW is a nice car, so are the Porsche. Lambo is a little bit meh, depending on setup, of course. I think we've been around all the entries here, all besides the Mercedes, which is surprisingly good in the rain. Well, let's see. Is that the rain that we see coming down? I think it is. It have started raining here at the virtual Paul Ricard. We see the windscreen wipers going at the droplets of rain on the windscreen. This is where the drivers have to be very careful, have to evaluate every corner every time they go to see whether or not that they have the grip to continue on their lines. And what they will have to do to adjust these are some of the most difficult and fun conditions to be out racing in when a track goes from dry to wet. But the rain doesn't seem to be getting that heavy. It's currently only breeze. It will almost get dammed at these with this rain if it continues like this, and it will increase a little bit in 10 minutes time, and then will sort of stay like that or decrease maybe even looking on the radar. Into turn 1 we go, still a lot of curb being taken. We can see that they are starting to fight the steering wheel a little bit there through turn 2. Into the corners, a little bit of an oversteer moment there for the Ferrari, which lost him a bit of ground to the Mustang ahead. Can he challenge into the Steve Parker corner? Not close enough, but this is where especially the Steve Parker corner starts to get tricky. Such high speed, you're in such a need of the downforce of your car. And once the track starts to get wetter and wetter, we will probably see more and more cars running right down there, as it's so hard to judge coming into these conditions with still slick tires on the cars. It is also getting into the time where getting the moves on attacking other cars are a little bit more risky, as it's somewhat harder to control the exact placement of the cars on the track. So you are more likely to make a braking mistake when overtaking or defending. So that might come into play, but also more lines are available around the track in these conditions until a dry line is forming. So this could potentially get, as we see people diving into the pits now for wet tires. McCall Tuja Smeets comes in as well, as official track conditions have just changed to damp. We can see how they are tiptoeing the cars coming onto the back straight. They could have left it one lap too far, these drivers, but we will have to see. Well, with conditions like this, you could potentially stay out on the dries. I don't think you have too much of a time loss lap time wise, but it will be way more difficult to drive the car. On the outside becomes inside, and move will likely be done here. Defense maybe even. And defense have been made for the 104 through. It seems like everyone is coming into the pit except the top 7. Dario Vinalio signals that he will be diving in as well. So does the Please Brake Turn 1 team. The lap times will start become very interesting from the cars that have boxed and taking the wet tires already. The best placed car on must be McConnell. Let's have a look at the lap times that he can produce. McConnell, I'm looking for lap times on next time around. Coming across the line here, let's see. 55, he's about 5 seconds quicker, or even 10 seconds quicker than Tej Fredriksson, who have taken over the lead of the race as the others have got into pits. Wet tires are definitely the way to go at the minute, though. 30 seconds stationary in the pits plus the long pit lane. So it also needs to stay wet for quite a while, but surely half an hour of this will be enough for the wet tires to be better than the slicks. Corn is really flying at the minute. He is the quickest car last lap on the track. Although that might change in a few laps time when the last couple of drivers who have swapped over to wets, they start get proper flying laps in. Driving the cars around in these conditions, that's a little bit extra challenging. It's something that either you can do it or you can't do it. It's not that easy to practice wet driving. It's very much a feelings game at this point. The feeling of the car and the way that the tires handle the wetness and the much lower friction and the different tires. McCall with a little bit of a drift there. Either you're good at it or you're bad at it. It's not something that we see people just magically improve by doing a lot of practice. Of course, you can get better at it by practicing, but realistically, it's something that you almost have as a natural skill. It's very hard to practice driving in these conditions, especially battling in these conditions are super difficult to get under the skin. This is the battle for potentially 4th. Schola have just overtaken Brookhamer. I think Brookhamer got the pit stop strategy better than Schola then, as Brookhamer was further down earlier on in the or before the change. Oh, stop go 30 for race leaders. Tej Fredriksson have messed up in the pit lane. Stop go 30 for the number 9 Lamborghini. as they have just come back out onto the track after a pit stop round, or after switching to the wets. Dropped to third though after the pits, but they have a stock go 30 on their hands. This will change everything for these guys, as that will put them way down the order. Interesting to see how far down they will go, but this will make their afternoon of racing way more difficult, as they will have to fight back through the entire pack, or well, half of the pack cars. The two-man crew of Fredriksson and Spekeling there, they are probably discussing whether or not to, well, what you will. There's only one thing to do, Ricard, that's push even harder and go full send. I was just looking at a little bit of that. You don't know what that is, of course, but stuff. Patrick Peel in the SLRT car. We saw a lot of these guys as well in the last time out. That's the yeah, that's a Bergkamp ahead of him, the Honda. I don't think the Honda is that comfortable to drive in these conditions, but they are still up there. They have lost since lost a lot of time since the start of the rain. They were also somewhat late on the tire change, as we see the past Fredriksson there in the pit lane, who is in to serve the stop go 30. See a little bit of a dry line forming around the track, but drivers are opting to still preferring breaking the toe than running the dry line. A car that we haven't seen that much this afternoon of racing, if at all, the 75 PRT Ford Mustang. Tutskov currently behind the wheel of the car. We'd very much like to hear from some of these the Mustang drivers and their experiences driving in the wet in the car. I don't think that's the easiest thing to do, though the gearing of the car might make it somewhat comfortable actually. Though still difficult with all that torque in the naturally aspirated Aston Martin. Why do I keep calling it an Aston Martin? It's not, it's the Mustang. Maybe it's because they're running a greenish, almost a British racing green car. Stacy Delacroix in the 102. Back of the pack at the minute, but anything can happen in an endurance race. 4 hours 15 to go. I actually used to run an almost similar livery, similar looking livery on the Aston Martin way back when, with the in-game customization of the cars. Good looking car, but 38 hanging in there as always. It's Ricard ahead of these guys. They were quite far. No, they're still on the same, at about 16 seconds-ish behind. Getting a little bit of a tow here from a Porsche ahead of these guys. Showing themselves, maybe trying to unlap. Which they are allowed to do. In 34th, we have Lewis Richards. Richards in the 74 car, or 79 car, sorry. In battling here with Pelly and in the number 4 BMW. Still wet conditions. Hard to say really whether or not the Beamer would be nicer to drive than the McLaren. Obviously front engine cars are usually a bit nicer in these conditions, but the McLaren are a reasonable wet car. If you have the car set up for these conditions, of course, and that's the big thing now for the teams out there, whether or not that you have some sort of a hybrid wet dry setup or what you're running in the car. As running a full dry setup will usually not turn out that well in wet conditions, or at least driving comfort wise it will not be the greatest of options. The rain have equalized the pace a bit out there, though. Captain are the fastest car on track at the minute in the Bentley from 159.4 last time around. A lot of drivers in the area of 2 minutes flat and 2:02. Most of the field hovering in and about that area. I think Kevin might have, or the Bentley crew of those guys that might have set up their cars for these conditions. As we see Richards letting a lapping car through. Now the question is how Pelliant will do the same. Further down, we have Toddy and Aaron Van Doren. And just betting the Ferrari ahead are the Luke Oil Ferrari that's lapping them, but Toddy and Van Doren, CBSR and LHR, the left-hand racing team. Toddy and Van Doren, both drivers have stayed in from the start of the race. And we have confirmation that the rain will be decreasing in about 30 minutes time. And going to become more like a slight Sunday drizzle on a Saturday, on a French Saturday here, of course. Virtual French Saturday it will be. 10 minutes until we reach the 4-hour mark. Not expecting a pit stop round at the 4-hour mark, as we have the change over to wet tires. But that will be a quarter of the race that will have passed when we get there. Toddy, and that's one of the Aston Martins further up the field coming up behind to put the lap on. Van Doren are pulling away. No, that's actually... Sorry, I thought we were following. I thought that Van Doren was Toddy, but that is Toddy and Van Doren close together down the back straight. But as we can see, the slipstream is still a thing in the rain, as Toddy is getting super close to Van Doren coming into the Steve Parker corner, which is very, very rough in these conditions as you're going so far out on the rumbled curb. Not something that's fun to do in the rain, as you don't know exactly how the car will react there when you go over it. Maybe it will all of a sudden just snap underneath you if traction is lost on the curb. We can see the battling of Fedora and Toddy are letting Goldman in the number 50 Lexus a little bit into this battle. He is getting slightly closer, and behind Goldman we have Asconi there, who is also getting into it, and then we have a either back marker or a lapper behind. Also good to see that Kunt in the SRH car managed to find himself all the way up into 22nd position. They must have hit the sweet spot for the tire change. This time Toddy is a lot closer to Van Doren down the back straight. And Toddy goes for it already alongside Van Doren. Takes a little bit of the dry lining, some rubber banding looks like is happening, or maybe it's just the puddles they're hitting down the back straight. But Toddy are safely ahead into the corner, and he takes position. Goes quite a bit wide, but still within the track limits. And Toddy is now up into 23rd position, getting it away from Aaron Van Doren in a what looked to be simple and routine move, but I promise you, in these conditions, when you are full fronting the car down that back straight, you are holding, or you're gripping that steering wheel very tight when you're driving. On board with Dennis Goldman, who are next up to challenge Van Doren. The Lexus, way back a long time ago, very good in the wet conditions, but they patched that out of the game. Still a reasonable car though, but not as OP as it used to be, but that's like 5 years ago at this point, 4 or 5 years, that time frame. Maybe even longer. The sounds of that Lexus is just beautiful. Verban with the drive-through penalty, assuming track limits. But Duran and Toddy still quite close-ish together. Back marker have managed to find themselves up there as well. On board now with Aaron Van Doren, that is Toddy, we see directly ahead, I believe. Another drive-through, that's a Novice in the 74 car. It's not just raining water, it's also raining drive-throughs at the minute. That's a lapping Aston Martin behind, I believe. Yeah, blue flags out for Van Doren, but he is sort of squeezing a bit. I think the Aston behind had to go off the throttle there to avoid contact, and now he goes through. But of course, Van Doren doesn't want to lose time on this, as you have Goldman right behind. Goldman actually getting somewhat of a reasonable opportunity here to get onto the attack, as he have the slipstream advantage from the Aston ahead. Goldman will... Nah, he's not. He's just backing off. He could have tried it on the outside there, but opts not to do so. Choosing to live over the crazy offensive moves. And Van Doren once again finds himself on the defense, this time from Goldman. Though a long way back are the Lexus this time down the back straight. I do think that Van Doren have a little bit more pace than the Lexus driver of Goldman behind. Further up the field, Fredriksson on heavy attack here on Krill. After the stop-go 30, of course, for Fredriksson. And the Simsport Racing International Lamborghini. They are trying to find their way back through the field. And the... no, it's not Chris. We have had the rain, that have moved the... Yes, and now people again are thinking that I'm talking to myself. I'm not responding. God damn it, I responded anyway. I think we should... Oh, well, now that I'm the one speaking, then I think we should play the game of how quickly can we get the stream demonetized. No, let's not do that. That will not look good on any of us, I assume. But would be funny though. Fredriksson is not just passing easily. It is difficult in these conditions. Getting the moves done if the car ahead of you are just doing somewhat reasonable lines. It takes a little bit more overspeed and control to get the move done outside of the drying line. Although this time Fredriksson seems to have it within his grasp to go through. Side by side to the Steve Parker corner. We have seen the outside line actually being very good, but he does just manage to get ahead and stay ahead before they turn once again to the right. But nothing is over until the fat lady sings. Though she must have sung at this point for Krill, at least for now, as Fredriksson moves up into 14th position. Still quite a big gap though up to McConnell there for Fredriksson, as we see the two R2E cars close together. Jesper van der Vaart right behind it, Dennis Scripps, Bentley versus Porsche. Britain versus Germany once again. The Boatley versus the Porsche. Who will go out on top of this? Left-hand drive versus right-hand drive. What more can we say? Front engine versus mid-rear engine-ish configuration. Evil versus eviler. With Britain and Germany, of course, those two being... Chris wanted it to be good versus evil, but I think that people would make references to something that we cannot talk about. I've been told many times. But here the move is on from Van der Vaart. He does have the advantage of the driest line. And yeah, no battling there as Scripps just backs out of it. Though that very tight switching back onto the racing line there for Scripps. I was thinking for a second that he would just lose it there and go face planting into a wall. We haven't seen too many of the strange crashes where people decide to turn right and left hand corner yet, but they could happen. Though they are more likely with cars with no TC, and most people here are running at least one TC, maybe a little bit higher in the range you would expect. But that between 1 and 3 would be the usual estimations of TC for these drivers. In dry conditions, Patrick Peel into the pits. So they chooses to stay on the hour mark. I think they must have had taken wet tires at some point. You would assume, one would assume that. Also Kapanen in the 69 Bentley finding himself up into 3rd position and gaining on winning ahead of him. Though still 20 seconds between them, but what a remarkable comeback drive for the Rio Bentley team. Timo Karpinen also seemed to be one of the absolutely quickest drivers at Barcelona, though this time he proves his skills in the wet conditions here at Paul Ricard. Last lap, almost 1.5 seconds gained on the cars ahead of him. He is the only driver underneath 2 minutes on 2-minute lap times, and one of just 2 drivers underneath 2 minutes and 1. And he's all the way down in the 1:59s. And the only other driver underneath 2 minutes and 1 at the minute would be Frank Bergkamp, who was at a 2. Now he just went above. He was at 2:00.7 before, but now he's on the 2:1. With Kapanen actually improving on his previous lap this time around. But so are the front runners. But still gaining. Gap now 19.5 seconds. These Honda drivers, they seem so quick in qualifying. They were very quick last time out at Catalonia, and they are quick this time out again. Even though they had that instant early on in the race, they are still at it. Here we have the 75 car. They were very close with Van Doren, but a back, or not a back marker. I think that's Toddy maybe even, that have come between them. 20. Yeah, that's Toddy that have come between them. Must have been something going on there on the straight or something. Ooh, that Mustang behind getting very twitchy, allowing Goldman right into this. These are all drivers on the same lap that we were looking at there. In the frame, Lexus versus Mustang drive-through from Fogatti. Also, Lexus versus Mustang down the start-finish straight. Lexus on a line that could potentially be the preferred, as Goldman seems to have made the move, not completely over yet, but now I think the Mustang stretches the weapons and chooses to just fall in behind Goldman up into 24th and Chukov all the way down to 25th now. He have lost quite a bit here in the rain period. In 32nd, it's Sean giving battle to the 204. Mercedes ahead of him. Very close indeed on track between them as they're rounding the final corner of the track onto the start-finish straight. And speaking of close, Pillion are not too far behind these guys either. So things could potentially change quite quickly in this this area of the field. As I think we are reaching the... Can we see the number 3 car, please? Being asked in the YouTube chat, Chris. I think that's the please brake turn 1 American Mustang Ross O'Connor behind the wheel of that. I rather enjoy the livery of this car, I must say. Very nice on the ice, easy on the ice, and looks good on the Mustang. With the colors all the way up into actually doing well in 7th position. I seem to remember they were much further down the field, or not much further down, but around 12th in the dry conditions. So they have been doing quite well, or well, they've been doing rather well, I should say, here in the wet conditions. Great drive from Ross O'Connor in the wet weather conditions. So quite far behind Bergkamp at the minute. Bergkamp would also be a little bit of a difficult one catching up to, and 5.9 seconds ahead of Milano behind. So they are somewhat in the safe positions where Ross O'Connor can focus on just keeping the car on track and doing his own lines, and not focusing too much on the cars ahead or behind. 30 minutes time, the rain will actually increase. So the people out there doing the maths on tire pressures, they will be hard at work now. Some drivers out there will also be very fond of this this message that the rain will increase in 30 minutes. Those teams who made the full wet setups, they will prefer that over this, as dry setups are still maybe a little bit quicker than a full wets in these conditions, but it will get wetter, it looks like. As Ross O'Connor goes through up to Frank Bergkamp, who have caught up to Brockhammer now. As we seem to get here just in time for the overtake. Drag racing down the start-finish straight, but nothing beats that VTEC though. Nothing beats that VTEC. As Bergkamp secures 5th for the minute. And he will now be giving chase to Schöller. Of course, last lap wasn't that well for Bergkamp, as he had to do the overtake, but still underneath 201. As Kevin Schöller ahead are doing 202s. Caprian still in the 159s though, and gaining on the 2 cars ahead of him. Not as much as he have been doing earlier in the race, but he is gaining. Same goes for actually Rafael Campenso and just Verman when we're looking further down the field, are also running quite a bit quicker on track than most of the cars directly ahead of them. We have to go all the way up to Toddy and Van Duren before we see cars of equal pace to them. Speaking of equal pace, this is Patrick Treffers with Aaron Van Duren and Toddy right behind, and could directly ahead, or maybe could have actually, that's behind him actually, behind the Van Duren that would be. So 3 BMWs finding themselves closely together on track. Patrick Treffers, the lead BMW of this pack, might actually be the lead BMW of the race, maybe even, not entirely sure, but I almost think he would be. I'm just looking at the standings. Yeah, he is actually the lead BMW of the race. All the way down in 20th position. Couldn't under pressure from Toddy. Toddy and Van Doren, who have shown good pace in the wet conditions. With Barack Kund having to defend from Toddy. Still wet down the, well, obviously it's still wet down the back straight as it's still raining. Would have been surprising if it was completely dry. As Toddy shows himself for the move, Van Doren the same on Travers. I think Van Doren just went for the better racing line, and that works out for Van Doren. It looks like on Travers. So for Toddy getting it done, but Kund striking back. So does Travers. And that's how he goes through Kund. But Van Doren, who looked a little bit better off for the overtake, couldn't get it done on Patrick Travers, who maintains 20th. Van Doren 21st, Kund 22nd, and Toddy 22nd and Kund 23rd. This 4-car battle. Ooh, Toddy. Big moment. As I feel like we are coming up to another small break here in the commentary booth, but we will be right back at it in a few moments. We are back with pictures of Paddy Bowe in the 88 Bentley that I feel like we have talked about more than we have seen in this race. The car driven by a Mars earlier in the race of the RSSE Academy team. They are a little bit caught in between. I feel like that's a lap pink car ahead and a lap car behind. But not too far behind the 211 Mustang ahead of them as the car ahead just chooses to go off the track. But the 211 Mustang there ahead started from the pits up into 17th position. One of the stories in the race. And then we have Villa behind in the 54 Ferrari. And see how he's struggling with the wheel in the Bentley. Aggressively turning the wheel to try and maintain control. You see that even under braking how the rear end is slipping out a little bit from him. But that's the thing, some drivers, they like driving their cars a little bit over the edge in the rain. Some drivers prefer the under it. And looks to be working for Paddy Bowe as he is lost a little bit there and the exit onto the back straight. But he is catching up to Simsport ahead of him in the Mustang, who one would only be assuming are fighting equally with the controls of the car. Full throttling it down there, the back straight, just underneath 200 kilometers per hour when they turn into the corner. Running a bit wide there, but is still on the racetrack for Paddy Bowe. A little bit of a slide there once again, very close with Simsport. Through the penultimate corner into the final corner, very shortly off the lap. Big overtaking opportunity into turn 1. It's all about getting the traction down out of that corner, super slow corner. He seems to be at least with a little bit of overspeed, trying to go inside, chooses outside at the end, but not close enough for the move. Getting the tighter line through turn 1 and better exit of turn 2. Could he potentially do it into the next braking zone? We saw him last lap struggling a bit with the braking here and chooses to back out of it smartly. As the Mustang runs a bit deep once again. Trying a different line there through the tight corner. Seems to be better on the front, but can they maintain the throttle through these corners and avoiding losing the rear end coming onto the back straight? Looked like he was a little bit too close to the Mustang there, but still now we go on the throttle. It's a pure drag race. Mustang versus Bentley. Seems like the Bentley at least have it done. At this point of the track, Mustang tucks into the slipstream. Can Simsport strike back? No, not this time. And that's Paddy Bowe into 16th position. He will be chasing down Zimmerman next in the number 10 for that also dropped a bit in the rain. We must say they were running top 10 earlier on in the race. Further up the field, Tess Fredriksson after the stop go 30 into 12th position, very close to Dennis Schröps now, which would be 11th of course. A gap there from Schröps up to Jesper van der Vaart. further up the field. And the edge of top 10, of course. Back straight for these drivers. That's the CBSR car behind that's lapped down to these guys. He does have some good overspeed now, Tess Fredriksson. That Porsche seems to be struggling a bit on top speed. Porsche wants the outside line. Fredriksson on the inside. Fredriksson gets it done, at least initially. And Swift doesn't get the better exit there. A good move from Tess Fredriksson for 11th position in the lone Lamborghini. Further up the field, this is for the race. No, for the race lead, the two Ferraris, the Luke Oil Ferrari and Chris Venning actually is. Where's the Luke Oil Ferrari? Oh, it's the. Whoa. Yeah. That was the White Mustang. The Luke Oil still initially behind, but it's very close for the lead all of the sudden in the race. With Chris Venning and Ivanov. But it is what it is. So Venning in the lead of the race with Ivanov tightly behind. That's the number 4 car with the why is people messaging me on Discord? That's a little bit annoying. That is a little bit annoying, actually. But I will just let it be for now, as it's not super important. Compared to this, Kapinan have caught up a lot in this stint in the rain. Now only 2.7 behind Ivanov. I think that we will see this Bentley leading the race within the next 5 to 10 minutes. He is definitely a man on a mission, Kapinan. After being so far down, and I think he started the stint outside of the top 10. Really doing well here in the wet conditions. Have been the fastest car by a country mile in these conditions. The last lap was almost 3 seconds quicker than the two. And he's gaining and gaining a lot on the drivers ahead at the minute. You can see how he seems to be much more stable around than the Ferrari of Ivanov and the Luke Oil car there. Venning pulling slightly away from Ivanov, a second between them. As here goes the move for second. The overtake have been done for Kapinan. Great drive from him. Now it's whether or not that he can catch up to Venning in front. 2 seconds behind. Lost a little bit of time there on the take, but nothing too serious. I would expect the battle range to be about 1 to 2 laps before he's within attacking positions on the leading Aston Martin, who's still 3.5 hours of racing to go. But that's the thing, I think there are 4 drivers in that Bentley team, so they will probably swap in the next pit stop round. So that will be interesting to see if the next driver up can match the pace of Krepinen in the mighty Bentley. We surely hope so, as it would be nice to see the Bentleys back. We did see it last time out at Barcelona that we had two Bentleys for a long time in the race in the front of the field, with the 69 car being one of them. Ben McConnell in the R&E car behind Dennis Scrubs in the R2E. Or is that also R&E? Oh, that's R2E and R&E. That's so confusing with names so similar. But Ben McConnell at least on the attack. Outside becomes inside, maybe a little bit of better exit there, but clips the curb that unsettles the car for the acceleration phase. Down the start finish straight we go. Also in 5 minutes time, if that's the appeal window closing for the first round of incident. But Ben McCall on the attack on Dennis Scrubs. The McLaren, that's a drive-through for Vinalo, track limits once again. But that McLaren seems a bit more drivable than the Porsche in these conditions at the moment. But we will have to wait and see if anything changes once the rain increases, and that could happen any minute at this point. Also, Krepinen within half a second of the race lead last split. So that seems inevitable that he will take over the lead of the race at some point. Bad exit onto the back straight for Ben McConnell, and you can just see the gap that Scrubs gets for that one small mistake. Also, the drive-through for Vinalo will mean that Tej Fredriksson and the SSRI car will go back into the top 10 after the earlier stop and go. Here we go down the back straight. Maybe a little bit of contact that didn't look like it though. That's Krepinen for the lead on Chris Venning. Battle of the bridge. Aston Martin versus Bentley, drag racing in the rain. Also very British, it must be said. And there we go, Krepinen into the lead of the race. Big recovery for Krepinen. Strong drive. One of the strongest stints that I've seen in a long time in endurance racing and sim racing overall. Crazy drive you have put on here in the wet conditions. That boat is surely are sailing today. Now it's just a matter how big of a gap can he get before handing the car over to one of his teammates. And will Krepinen maybe even do doubles, as the rain will increase shortly. That's the thing, that Venning is still gapping Ivanov in this race, as Ivanov have traffic ahead of him that he will have to clear. Look, it's already 0.8 of a second for Krepinen for just one sector of driving. I don't think that Venning will be seeing anything other than the rear end of that car, but maybe not even the rear end of that car in just a few minutes. With the pace that Krepinen is putting out there at the minute, he is so quick, so damn quick. Further down the field, 28th positioned 2-1 to MSR Esports Eternal. In the rear end of the DSRT car of Kurt Peters in the battle for 27th, with the lead Mustang behind the number 3 Mustang there. Please break T1 Mustang team. They will probably have to give way for that car at some point, or well, rather shortly they will have to, but this doesn't mean that Kazumpil will not try the move. Or maybe he will even try and use the number 3 Mustang to his advantage in the overtaking. If he can let him go in the right manner down the back straight, he can and the DSRT car of Kurt Peters doesn't let the free car go, then he could potentially use the free car to his advantage for an overtake. Though being this close, I would assume the Mustang to just slipstream right through them both. Or maybe not. A bit of a gap is forming, and if I was driving that number 3 car, I would be a little bit concerned that they haven't given the room yet. Here we go, surely close enough this time for the passing. Yes, he does let him go there. Now tuck into the slipstream. This could potentially be an issue for Kurt Peters, that he will probably have to give up the position. A less opportune moment, as we saw a big slide there for Consopel. Consompo. Yes, that was one of those situations where in a right-hand corner you have to turn left to stay on track. Usually that's not the best thing to do, but he managed to keep it somewhat on track. Drive-through penalty for the Mercedes, the 204 Mercedes, the lone Mercedes actually on track. Who is here under blue flags and everything else, and giving blue flags as well. 3 cars and 3 different laps close together. As the sextant driver of Dennis Verhoeven is making the move on Pillion as we are speaking. Or trying to, at least. It looks like that Pillion actually have a little bit of overspeed defending this into the Steve Parker corner. Both of these guys having to switch a little bit back into the inside there, giving plenty of room for the Mustang to rejoin the track. Very aware driving of these people, and the penalties are coming in now from the last time out. Let's have a look at what's being put out there. Warnings for the 211, 95 and 84 for qualifying infringements. 10 seconds for the 21, 10 seconds for the 943, 10 seconds for the 212. All for causing a collision. Official warning, car 1, aggressive driving. 5 seconds for the 11, 10 for the 20, 10 for the 724, 10 for 8, 9 and 15 for the 74 car. So a few penalties being handed out, and they will have to be served in the next round of pit stops. As Verhoeven now have the difficult place to keep it on, but now have the position at least to try the move. Pillion so close to each other. This should definitely be job done pulling out of the slipstream, but we did see last time out the BMW have more top end than the Porsche. Down the back straight we go, side by side, but once again look at this, the Porsche running out of steam, and the BMW once again manages to defend his position due to the better top end speed down the back straight, but still side by side this time. Verhoeven seems to have the job done, following it through in the next corner coming up, and promoting himself into 30th position, with Pillion now into 31st. Let's see if Pillion can hang on. Highly doubt it though. Dennis Goldman, one of my heroes in the Lexus. Everyone driving a Lexus are a personal hero of mine. Right up behind Patrick Travers. He does know that Travers will have the 5-second penalty he will have to serve in the next pit stop. So he just have to stay within those 5 seconds to get the job securely done in the pit round. But if he thinks that he has more speed than Trevor's, then he will have to try and get the move done before the pit stop round, which will, well, the pit stop round have sort of started depending on when they jumped in the first time for tire change onto. But we are within the pit window now for all the drivers to swap to wets, both earlier and later on in pits. We'll probably see the whole field coming into the pit lane within the next 10 minutes or so. Though if you can stretch your stint timer, then it could potentially be the way to go if the race stays wet until the checked flag. Because then you'll be boxing in at two box now, then you'll be boxing at 2:12, and then yeah, then you would be within the stop saving strategy, or still on the optimum pit stop strategy for numbers of pit stops. But Goldman not seeming to be able to get any closer to Patrick Travers as we switch focus to, I'm not pronouncing that name. Maybe it's not so bad. Caviglione in the ATS Corsa esports team, who will have to let the Honda go, who have lapped them once again. Caviglione there having second penalty. He will have to serve in the next pit stop. He was closely battling with Kund, but look at that, now there are a few cars between himself and Kund, 2 cars to be exact, as Caviglione comes in for the pit stop. So does the Lexus and Toddy. Viliano strips. Everything is happening now. Everyone dives into pits, it seems. They all know the rain will be increasing ever so shortly. Kapanen still leading, and look at that, now we have a gap of 6.8 seconds to Chris Winning. He is really flying out there in the front. Lap times have dropped quite a bit over the last couple of minutes, but he is still almost 2 seconds quicker per lap than Chris Winning in second position. Super drive from the Bentley driver. We did see him do super well at Barcelona as well. So not that surprising that he's doing good here at Paul Ricard, but in different conditions, of course, as it was perfectly clear conditions in virtual Spain. Where here in France, apparently the virtual racing guards and weather guards have decided to bless us with a wet race as he comes into the pits as well. No chances taking on pit entry. Would also be a bit stupid to start changing it, but let's see if he stays in the car. Samuel von Liebenstein in the RRL Endurance Racing Team car, making the move on the SRT offer. But not getting it done this time around. Driving. No, not this time either. But again, this is the thing with these conditions. There are one very good racing line that's a little bit drier than the rest of the track. As soon as you go out of that, you will have to be careful with the car sliding out underneath you. Onto the start-finish straight. Car behind are not on the same lap as these guys. And I don't see any blue flags being waved. Ooh, that was the Mercedes just parked there on the side of the track. I wonder what happened to these guys. Obviously a little bit concerned when we see cars just parked there. They are going again. Or off the server. Don't know exactly, but yeah, they are moving. Or at least not stationary at the start-finish straight anymore. Von Liebenstein have lost time for Caladenani in the SRT car. Not staying as close to each other. Or close to him. Difficult conditions, as we can see how Liebenstein almost losing the car there. He was just as close to losing the car there as he was to losing his virginity last weekend, I've heard, or at least rumors say. I think the car behind are trying to unlap himself. I'm not entirely sure, as we don't see the blue flags being waved by the marshals when they go through. There have been a driver swap in the pit lane starting 211 Mustang. We saw that quickly. It's Vinogradov in the car now. More cars leaving the pit lane as they come through. Traffic ahead. Which black Ferrari was it now that Liebenstein was battling? This one. Bit of contact there, and once again see-through cars on the off-track. So that traffic actually helped out for Liebenstein quite a bit there. Ooh, that was actually for position with Muscat there, the Ferrari that he pushed wide. So it's a three-way battle now. One Aston Martin and two Ferraris. As von Liebenstein doesn't seem to have the same top end in the Aston and which is something that I thought I would never say. We could maybe find something on the timing sheets that are interesting, other than Ryan Cooper have taken over the lead Bentley. We are just waiting to get competitive lap times in for winning, and Kubanov, who took over the Luke Oil car, and Paul Swanchek, who have taken over the creme de la creme Honda, to see the competitiveness of the lap times of Ryan Cooper and the Royal Bentley. Might be a little while though until we get their first laps in. We do know that Cooper did a 2-minute flat, almost a 2-minute, well, 2-minute flat .1 last time out. here in the rain, which seems to be rather quick when comparing with the other lap times that have been set as of late on the track. There are a few cars also in the 2-minute area, 2-minute flat area, but most cars are quite a bit above most normal most normal lap times are about 2:1 to 2:02. That area of time. So it's definitely strong pace from Ryan Cooper. We will have to remember that a 2-minute flat time as he's now in a little bit of traffic as he crosses the line. So 12 seconds ish we will see the lap times of the following cars. And what pace they are doing and whether or not they're catching up, winning across the line. 2 minutes, 0.8 flat. Well, 2 minutes, 0 seconds, and rounded up 9/10 of a second. So they are somewhat equal. Both of them had a little bit of traffic there on their laps. What equal lap times, which could mean that Ryan Cooper will not be touched for the lead in this stint. Even though that I know that Vinning wants to touch Cooper pretty badly at this point and get that position away. But he will have to dig deep to get up there. And maintain perfect control of the car. Von Liechtenstein we follow once again. Von Liebenstein. This time it's Muscat behind on the attack. The car that we saw, the 104 bully off track when Muscat came out of the pit lane basically. Muscat with the quite a bit over speed, and they are not that far down the back straight. It is getting pushed a little bit off track there and chooses to back out of it. That's Paddy Bowe behind as well in this battle. It's a 3-car battle for position. Getting closer and closer to the halfway point of the race. Three different manufacturers involved in this one. They will have strengths and weaknesses on different parts of the track. Aston Martin leading the Ferrari, leading Bentley. Hard to say which car is truly the best in these conditions. I think I would honestly prefer being set in the Ferrari, but again, setup dependent and driver preferences of the cars. We have seen from on board the different Bentleys during this rain period that the Bentleys do seem to be a little bit more difficult to keep straight than the rest of the cars out there. But if you can control the car proper, then the Bentley will be the quickest around. Ooh, mistake there from Samuel von Liebenstein that allows cut directly onto the attack. You can see the different lines that Bentley taking, the optimum racing line, which gives him the opportunity at least to have the better exit here. Very close with the Aston, allowing Muscat to go a little bit in front, but he had a slight moment, so this will become a drag race once again. Bentley, Aston Martin and Ferrari. Italy versus Britain, 2 British versus 1 Italian. 2 Brits, 1 Italians in France. What could possibly go wrong? Absolutely nothing, as it looks like there'll be no major position swaps down the backstrap. Bentley goes a little bit wide, gets wobbly. Ferrari not being side by side with anyone, getting a little bit of an advantage there time wise, and the Bentley have to concede, or at least stretch his weapons and fall back in behind the Aston Martin after the back straight and the 2 right-handers that follows. But we can see how the Aston are taking different wet lines than the Bentley. They might have found something there. Doesn't seem to be working that well for them, to be perfectly honest. Could have been a driver mistake as well, but Let's just call it wet lines. Down the start, finish straight. It's all about hitting the braking points, feeling the track, feeling when to turn it, knowing how much you can turn the wheel before the front tires just skid over the tarmac we are racing on, or asphalt, more likely. Running wide there, Samuel van Diemstein once again getting a drive-through off of that. That was seen as a track limit by the game, unfortunate for him. That allows Paddy Bowe to go through. Paddy Bowe up into 17th and a drive-through for Samuel van Liebenstein. Christian Pam in the left-hand racing. I wonder if that's something you have to be left-handed to race the car. Could be, we don't know. He is applying pressure to Bodo in the lone Lexus. Sander Vale have taken control of the Mode 11 car. They have dropped to 24th after saving their 5-second penalty. Christian Peck with the other left-hand racing team car there. Left-hand racing car, letting them go and putting Pam at one lap down to their teammates. Other things going on the track. The 102 car no longer the worst placed car. They have a 20-second gap to Sinan. So they have gained positions by virtue of just staying in the race. Only 15 behind Jesse van Dryle at this point. So they could potentially still be moving up a few positions if they keep going as they are at the minute. The Luke Oil car putting them one lap further down there. And then we have the pit lane starting Mustang, the 211 coming up as well. Currently in 19th position. They were a little bit further up before the rain started, but they haven't had the best of luck these conditions in the Mustang. Yes, that's the that was actually live sounds of the Mustang. Because of reasons. And Ponoket lets him go through. He knows that in his situation he just have to keep the car on track. Then likely cars ahead will make mistakes that will give them at least a little bit of time and get themselves closer to them. They're potentially getting into to battling situations with them. Pit stopper there, not following, crossing the pit entry line there for Alex in the 74 car. Chris Martin have taken over the PS UK car last time they stopped from Andy King. Ten seconds behind the free car ahead of them. And roughly 10 seconds ahead of the 415 Bentley behind us. Though we know that Tillander are quite well suited for conditions like this, and we have seen him perform very, very well in the Bentley before, so he could potentially be catching up to Chris Martin and put the PS UK boys under a little bit of pressure later on in this stint. 1 minute away from the halfway point here at Paul Ricard, which obviously means about 3 hours remaining in this race. Looks to be the 69 Bentley that's running away with it at the minute, but everything can change still with just half of the race gone. We have seen how the Bentley was quite far behind and have caught back up and taken the lead. Same goes for the 81 Honda who got spun out at lap 1, and then they are forced back through the field. Just before the rain period started, they were about 20 seconds behind the, at the time, leading oil car.
We are halfway through. Keep it up.
Fallen a bit from race, but now they're only 12 seconds behind those guys. Speaking of the Luke oil car, here we have Elmar Kubanov, who is behind the wheel at the minute. They have had a good strong race so far in these conditions, and more than half of the race at this point have been driven in wet weather conditions. Or half of the race that have been driven so far have been in wet weather conditions, and likely half of the race, or more than half of the race total, will also end up being wet. As it stands though, it will rain a little bit less in about 30 minutes time. And drivers and teams will have noticed this. And yeah, well, there's not much they can do about it, to be honest. They are at the pressures that they have chosen now. It's the Gallas who was also up leading the race earlier on in the day, overtaking 7-1. I wonder if they have had some sort of a penalty, maybe drive through or stop go for pit lane infringements, maybe, as they are this far down all of a sudden. I actually don't know what happened to them. Maybe someone in the YouTube chat can tell me what happened to the GSE racing team. But a strong move there, and Zimmerman nevertheless. And now he can give chase to running in the P5 in the 725, or sorry, 724, Aston Martin. They were a long way up. What was that gaggle of cars ahead of this? That seemed a little bit crazy. A gaggle of cars incoming. Or at least Josh Groening was incoming in the best placed left-hand racing car. We did see the teamwork earlier on down the back straight, where their B car gave them a good nice tow before bailing out and letting them go through. I think the big gaggle of cars about the 50 car, and then right behind him, it looks like there's at least a lot of cars within a second of each other there for 20th, 21st, 22nd, that area. And of course a drive through for the 314, just for good measure. The Lexus team just on the outskirts, or just within the top 20 actually, which seems good and nice for them. Also good to see that Horst at the 24 CBSR car, they can't seem to separate themselves from the 95 Sim Racing Holland crew. They have been stuck together for almost the entirety of the race, these two BMWs. Some might consider them to be spiritual teammates at least. Both of them being Dutch teamed BMWs, of course. I assume this Ferrari is lapping these guys. Without completely knowing, I do think I saw a blue flag being waved just before, so that would, yeah, he is lapping them and getting away with it here. It looked like that Horst there made a little bit of a sketchy braking situation there, or understeering at least, that allowed the Ferrari to go through, but that put Kunt a little bit off of his line. So he keeps position and nothing wrong with that. On board with Horst. You can see he's actually very smooth on the steering. A little bit of well, not the smoothest of steering, but not too many. Well, the car's not all of a sudden soaring him to the opposite side of what he's steering. There's a little bit of soaring in the wheel, but not that much that I would consider to be aggressive handling of the car. Nothing unusual, at least. Kunt getting close and showing himself on the inside. Tries it, makes a little bit of archie-barchie contact there. Kunt falls in behind. Actually looks like that Kunt got a better drive there onto the back straight. Can he take advantage of this? He also have the slipstream to help him. So which side does he choose? He chooses the right hand side, which was inside line for the Steve Parker corner. Doesn't look like he can overtake on pure speed. Now we go. Looks like he just magically found some sort of boost there. Could of course be rubber banding, but definitely got done there. Great overtake from Burek Kunt. And the Sim Racing Holland car moves up into 22nd position. With Horst maybe having had one too many beers at this point to keep going at full pace. You never know with those guys in the CBSR team. So now it's a different thing from Kunt. Now we no longer have a car ahead of him that he can use for braking references, or he might even have been holding him back. Now we have to find his own racing lines and braking points once again and try and get Anthony to Horst as quickly as possible. As the action continues, different places on the track. That's the 610 team and the in racing by Nick Serro for 28th position. It will be Ferrari and Porsche. Acampois versus Verhoeven. Acampois. So let's try and follow this for a minute and see. As goes a little bit too deep there. That's the initial attack. That's over. Now we have to do the hard work and catching back up to the rear end of Verhoeven before trying it once again. He could be assisted a bit by having a lapping car behind. It looked like the race leading 69 car that's coming up and putting another lap on them. Actually. So playing it smart, losing as little time as possible would be optimum at this point. Well, the 610 car just, I wonder if he had a little bit of a moment there. It would have been a little bit strange if he just if that was his chosen way of letting the 69 car through. But he must have had a moment there, almost hitting the barrier. Ooh. That almost went wrong there for the 314. Oh, but now it does. Doing the Steve Parker through the Steve Parker corner. Again, turning left in a right-hand corner. It's not recommended, but sometimes it works out and looks good on camera. Paddy Bow on the attack once again. This time Calandini in the 104 SRT car. The Ferrari ahead of him. Paddy Bow, not this time around. That would be a little bit too optimistic. But he is very, very close. Maybe next time down the back straight, if he can't get it done before that, then he is at least close enough and can use that. So it's all about now weighing up the opportunities. Don't go for something that's not guaranteed if you can just stay behind for long enough to try and get the run down the back straight. And Calandini knows this, so he might be trying some trickery to try and get Paddy Bow onto the attack earlier. Oh, but a little bit of a moment there for Paddy Bow out of the final corner. And Calandini just keeps extending a little bit down the front straight. It looks like that. I was just about to say that Paddy Bow could break later there, but he also missed the apex. Whoop! Getting the power slide on there on the curb. We have seen the Bentleys being a little bit more loose in the rear end here in the wet conditions than most other cars. And they are fighting the steering a little bit more than the rest of the cars around here. But if they can control it, then it's fine. Half an hour, and then we will actually have some a little bit of a break in the rain at least. It will stop raining in about half an hour. Both of the drivers get to drive through simultaneously there. Calandini and Paddy Bow both getting the drive-through. You couldn't script this any better. Track warnings for both of them. This time Paddy Bow seems to be having the overspeed going for the move. If not, then Paddy Bow could potentially use these drive-throughs actually as a way of overtaking by choosing to serve his drive-through at a different lap. Then Calandini as they make contact coming out of Steve Parker corner. Paddy Bow seems to be just trying to hold his line, but as the allowed track or where the track limits go, then Calandini had to move back into the track and contact there over the front of Paddy Bow's car that sends Calandini spinning all wildly out of control. He is back on the track racing though, but Paddy Bow goes through, but with a lot of contact. That will probably be something that the stewards will be looking at later in the day. As Paddy Bow comes in to serve the drive-through, so does Calandini, who is the car right behind. If it was me, I would probably make the pit lane as much of a straight line as possible. So we have this kink here. You could have cut that a little bit more and saved a few hundreds there of time spent in the pit lane. But none of the drivers chooses to do so. They have only lost one position of on that drive-through there. They will go right back at it on track, fighting each other. Ryan Cooper, the lead man in the Rio Bentley team. Little bit of a show-off moment there for the few virtual fans that have showed up. Still goes out there for anyone in YouTube. Ask questions in the YouTube chat, and we will try and answer them or make comments of your own. For the drivers and crew member or anyone watching there, the interview waiting room is open if you want to get interviewed. Yeah, rarely see any. We always enjoy it when drivers or crew or just fans support us. anyone comes in and has a little bit of a chat with us about basically whatever is on our minds at the time. The Raccoons now in the defense or attack, maybe even on Pame. I think it's the offense he have gone onto there and overtook Pame this time around. Into 21st position now, Borak Kunt. A little bit assisted, it seemed, by Pame losing somewhat control of the car, at least running wide. So yeah, he can see the Lexus ahead of him. That is for position, the number 50 Lexus, driven by Boodoo at the minute. The Lexus of Boodoo last time around. Just trying to find his lap times in my my little thing here. 2 minutes 2.5, so it should be possible to get closer from Kunt, who was over half a second quicker even with the overtake. The two race leaders are the only ones underneath 2 minutes 1 second at the minute on the track. Which also shows why they are the race leaders. Currently Ryan Cooper are lapping a second quicker than Kurbanov in third position. But again, most of the field are lapping in that 2:01, 2:02 area of times. We are a little bit excited and waiting for the damp conditions to stop, or at least the rain to disappear. Less than half an hour until it will at least stop raining at this point. It might only be the top two who are looking forward to that happening, or not looking forward to that happening, as they seem to be in full control. Speaking of full control, it's the N Racing by Nick Zero, once again battling the 610 car. They have caught back up to them and will have to try and get something done. Verhoeven versus Acampora. And Acampora just sails through, it looks like, through the penultimate corner. But look at that, not the best of exits there of the final corner. And the 610 car actually dives in. No, I thought he was diving in his, but tries to move. They are about to be lapped from behind. The lapping car is a little bit frustrated that he can't just go directly through them. He gets the 610 car there initially. Now it's the N Racing team, or the N Racing car, that you'll have to go through or overtake at least. Or will lap. He's not technically overtaking, but he's lapping him and gets it done there. That sequence worked out nicely for Acampora, as he got a position out of it by the end. Verhoeven now with the drive-through. The 610 driver have to serve that within the next 3 laps. Reminder of those out there not knowing about why they're getting these drive-throughs during the race. They are either pit speed, or going at slightly above the pit speed in the pit lane, or if you get 4 track cuts or 4 track cut warnings, then you are receiving a drive-through penalty. The first 3 are warnings, and the 4th one will be the actual penalty for the track cutting. Which I feel like we have mentioned earlier, that track cuts are somewhat of a running theme around Paul Ricard, and something that the track have been fairly known here in see. But it is a little bit strict with them, but to be honest, it's equal for all drivers, so it's just keeping it on the black stuff, and not the striped black and red and blue stuff, and then you're fine. That is, of course, more difficult than I'm trying to make it out to be, but it is what it is. Two hours 40 to go. I bet you all the drivers are looking at that dry spell that's incoming and thinking it needs to come sooner. It needs to come sooner. I want this to come much, much sooner. But it doesn't look like it's happening. Sander Vale in battles with Gian Santini or Gian Santi. Mode 11 versus the ATS Corsa Racing Team. That would be for 24th. We have seen these cars close together earlier on in the race as well. And this will surely be interesting, as both of these teams would be probably considered somewhat, or at least the Mode 11 team would be considered very, very, very safely driving. Not that the ATS team is not sort of the same, but we have seen them in some slightly more aggressive moves last time out at Catalonia. Though the gap is stretching a little bit between Whale and Gian Santini, and this is a time of the race where traffic is becoming a factor. Doesn't matter if you're nearing the front or the back or the middle of the field, there's traffic for everyone at this point. The 74 car seems to have been just spun around at the southern end of the track. With Sander Vale still pushing, you can see he's putting some liquids down out of the corners. Michael Thomas, the rain is splendid. Ooh, this is Patrick Peel and Hokala. It looks like, no, it's the other. It's Patrick Peel and Uvalik in the battling. Well, of course you think the rain is splendid in Michael Thomas. It's you guys and the lead cars. You seem to have been the fastest cars by far in this rain period. So that would be logical. Patrick Peel got the position away that into 11th for SLRT. They're now just 8 seconds behind the SSRI car of Sem Spinkelink in 10th. You know, that top 10 position, that is somewhat of a remarkable achievement for many teams. As we have seen for the second race in a row this endurance season, the racing are super close between all of these drivers, and getting those top 10 finishes, that is so rare. Of course, we have the same suspects for top 10 challengers, but it doesn't always turn out the same. Actually, it rare. And that's sort of why we like this endurance championship so much. Some of the greatest racing out there that you can find, I would say. But Peel's sailing away in 11th. CHRC with Jessica Dryle in control of the car. Not that far behind Alex, ahead of him in 74, where the car was just on off at the southern end of the track. So he could maybe use this as momentum and trying to catch up a little bit further. Okay, a little bit close to Alex ahead of him, who is only 3 seconds behind the Pecciotto in 32nd. It seems those drying conditions are moving any closer, to be perfectly honest. Someone with better weather information or better weather data could possibly come in and tell me what's exactly going on with that. As the Dutch crew car flashing, I think he's flashing for us on the stream, I would assume, as there's no one anywhere near him. Do some donuts, Van Dryle. Do the donuts. Do the donuts. We want to see donuts. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. Highly doubt we will see that, but it would be fun. A lot of cars ahead of Van Dryle there in that group. Still equal gap up to... oh, now it's Alex have actually moved his way past Pecciotto while we've been following this. But 5.3 up to Pecciotto ahead of Van Dryle. The Brazilian of the multi-tap racing team. We had 2 entries in the last race. Not the best of races for any of those 2 cars, but this time around 33rd, not too shabby. And the fact is, they haven't been that far off of the race pace of the teams within the top 20. It's just a matter of getting it done consistently and staying out of trouble. Of course, that's usually one of the best ways to go about racing. We haven't seen this car in trouble, but one would assume. One would assume, yes. Gaggle ahead again with the that's the 211 Mustang that's being overtaken actually for position by Calandini in the 104. It looked like. As Pexioto gets lapped and unlapped, maybe even the car is crashed there and unlapped by the 102 Mercedes as well. I wonder if the 102 Mercedes had a disconnect at some point in the race. It would make a little bit of sense. Yeah, so they are 2 laps down to the car ahead of them 3 laps actually, so still 2.5, but I think they have some point in the race. But they're still in it. It can happen to anyone. We know that. The stoppage of rain is getting closer and closer now, so I think that's a good excuse to have a little bit of a commentary break before we head right back into to maybe some dry racing soon and another big pit stop round. As we are back drive-through for the Mode 11 car we see, and Corey Splending on the offense on Verhoeven. The dry spell we are getting will not be that long, we see, as more rain are incoming. Splending actually got the move done there on Verhoeven and moves himself up 28th drive-through for the 211 Ford Mustang that haven't so in this wet condition. Stock go 30 for Van Dryle in the drive-through. Yeah, Mercedes in the rear end as well. You would assume that it's maybe some of them have pitted lately. I don't know actually. The Stock go 30 is definitely a pit speed infringement. As some penalties are being saved. Splendling have done well to put himself up there. Verhoeven dives into the pits. He could have had a super warm tires. That could be the reasoning for that overtake. But Splending will have to find a lot of time to get up to Acampora ahead. Having a look at the times, as they should soon start dropping. Still Ryan Cooper, the quickest man on track. There will be probably no catching him, as he's running more than a second quicker than Winning last time around. That could have been due to traffic for Winning maybe. But they are up there. Further down we see Spinkling driving bit quicker than Tillander ahead of him. Actually a big gaggle of car there underneath the 202s. Spinkling, Peel, Ovalik and well, those three at Hokala was also underneath, just gone above ever so slightly again. Engelhardt not with a good lap last time around in the number 1 Porsche. Elsewise, lap seems to be somewhat consistently around that 2 at the minute. Kokola actually gets a drive-through there, not that good for him, but that is to be expected at Paul Ricard, that you will get at least one drive-through in a 6-hour race, I would assume. Obviously, there will be a good amount of cars that won't get the drive-through, but most I think will get at least one. I know if I was driving, I would probably get 3 or 4, but that's just how racing goes. Couldn't catching up to Pemme. They have been swapping positions a few times in the race for the edges of top 20 at the minute. Couldn't have actually been in that car for quite a long time, I think. We have seen Couldn't at least driving a lot in this race. Just trying to figure out who else is in the car of Kund. It's the one that Frans van der Linden and Sheriff also drives, I believe. I definitely think that Frans van der Linden are one of the drivers in that car. Not to be mistaken with Ariana or Patrick van der Linden as well. A lot of Linden apparently. Team Mirror getting close to Gian Santi the that's the McLaren 2 cars ahead. That's the number 10 SSRI Ferrari ahead of him, I believe. Or well, in between them, that's a few laps up on these drivers. So that means that Giasanti, he will have to give room for him. So we can see the time have in Giasanti and Miro. But again, the car between them, and if Giasanti doesn't do it perfectly, then he could potentially be losing time on this. So the DSRT crew could get a little bit closer. But they go in for a pit stop, as we are in a dry period of time. That would be interesting to see whether or not that they come out dries or wets. I actually have a way to find that out. Once they start driving again. Just having a look through, there's actually quite a few cars on dry tires at the minute. Not going to go through all of them, but I noticed that there are a few cars running on dries, and people pitting are switching to dry tires, which means the track must be ready for it, as we have rain expected again later. Saying later on is not that long. Track is still considered dry, or will damp, so it might be a little bit early for dry tires, but it could potentially be a good strategy call. Just trying to find some of the cars on dry tires on my timing board. One that I definitely know is on dries would be the CBSR crew car. Pama, I think, as well, could took dries. And Van Duren are improving his lap times. It seems like we are at the crossover point at the minute. Between the wets and dries. So whether or not that it will be worth it, because it is one additional pit stop to take the dry tires now, if somewhat on the correct, which most cars were, at least within an opportunity to take it on still the optimum pit stopping sequence. So we have roughly about 20 minutes to drive in a whole pit stop worth of time, which is not unlikely, as once the track dries up completely, have gone greasy now, the wet tires, they will start struggling. It will be difficult to drive around on the wets, as they will, first of all, they will drop quite a bit in pace, and they will grain a lot quicker than the dries, and they will overheat, and all sorts of annoyances will happen if you're still on the wets. We can see a lot of cars seeking water on the back straight. That could potentially show that they are on wets. Those who are trying to find the driest parts of the track, they will likely be on dry tires. This is again a situation of experience, whether or not to say, "Oh, that's the new oil car. That's one of the leading cars that spun around there from P3. Emil Kuvanov spins it around and goes back onto track, very close to the rear end of there on the rejoin, but spinning from third, still in third though. But big time loss. On that, it will be the Honda that just edges into the to the frame there in the background that are giving chase. Kubanov cannot be super satisfied with that. I wonder if he's diving into the pits now. Well, he's trying to, but not possible if Kunt there. Having to cross the pit line a little bit late. I think the stewards might be a little lenient to that, as the entry was by another car. And that's the Honda coming in as well, right behind. Look at how close they got together after that spin, or spin almost, and then troubles getting into the pit lane. We do see Kubanov taking the shortest possible route around the pit lane, probably gaining a 10 for 2 on that. That was a bit sketchy there. Let's see how it will go. I actually think I will go check whether or not that they take dries or wets with the two cars up there, Kubanov and the Honda. Honda is definitely on dries now, so will Kubanov be. Both cars opting for dry tires. Not very surprising. Looks like Kubanov had a shorter pit stop there and gains time coming out. Could also be the Honda maybe having a slight bit of damage. Winning comes into the pits now as well, as we have definitely passed the crossover time between the wet and dry tires. A lot of times on the timing board are pit stop laps. It's actually not too much you're gaining on being on the dry tires. It looks like you could potentially still be doing competitive lap times on wet tires. I'm looking forward to see the lap times from these top drivers once they start setting laps or getting laps in. Chamberlain back in the Honda. Panov on the attack on Sheen here in the rear end of the field for 31st. Panov have made the move and gotten himself into 31st position. A lot of people in the pits, of course, those who haven't swapped over yet are swapping now. And drive-throughs are also flying out, as getting the car stopped coming into the pit lane can be a little bit tricky in conditions, as you are on wet tires trying to stop it on a drying track. And how wet are the braking zone for the pit lane actually, or the pit entrance? So yeah, that might be the reason for the amount of drive-through being at the minute. Can of course also be track cuts, as when you come out on the wet tires you have, or onto the dry tires, you have to start another round of climatization track conditions. That could explain it a little bit. Drive-throughs are still raining over the field. Walsh back in the 99 PS UK car, but that's not as interesting as this battle. It's Toby Toddy who have seen a lot of action on track today. A lot of battling with this time it's Goldman ahead of him in the Lexus. The lone Lexus on track. Always good to see the Lexus. I've mentioned this before and I'll mention it every time I see it. It's my all-time favorite car to drive in this game. Quite challenging, but very, very satisfying to get around the track as the Lexus goes off. That seems to be a little bit of an easy overtake then for Toddy there. The Lexus does a good job there. Goldman, of course, behind the wheel of Reed of rejoining safely, but he's still got to drive through even with that big of a time loss of it. And that's something that we have seen a lot of times on this track, even when people stops off the track and rejoins back in that corner, they still get the track warning. Very frustrating situation there for the Lexus of Goldman. The 75 Mustang we follow here. He is somewhat. That's the Porsche you see on the right hand side in front. That's I think the 610. No, it's not the 610. He was closer to the 610 just a moment ago, and battling that. That's a backmarker Porsche, I believe. I think that's a Sheen that we see in front there. Again, the 75 Mustang not seen today. Very lovely in that British racing color green, British racing green almost-ish. Easy to recognize on track. I do like it when people use different colors than the classic racing colors in the liveries, the reds, the blacks and the whites. And this is a good example of something very simple that works nicely on a car. Speaking of Giansanski RTG, there were yellow flags out. I wonder if we can find some sort of a replay, maybe if it had a big crash or something. The ATS Corsa team, that surely wasn't the planned thing that happened. I wonder if they, as they RTG'd and with less than 10 minutes to rain, they will come out on wet tires when they start rolling again. Front of the fields. Driver change for the leading Bentley. It's Kalevala in the car. Why does some drivers insist on having so strange names to pronounce? But Kalevala in the car, nevertheless. 3 wide down the back straight, just for shows. Last lap for Kalevala was about 8/10 slower than Michael Thomas, who is giving chase at the minute. So Thomas could potentially be catching up, and the fastest car on track, I think, was actually Chamberlain in the Honda in 4th. It looks like it on timing. Someone 24th or below with quick on. No, Chamberlain is the fastest car on track at the minute. In 4th position in that Honda, that could become interesting. Quite a bit quicker than the lead car at least, but we also saw traffic there. Here's a replay of the ATS car down the back straight. He backs off there for some reason. I think there must have been a disconnect there of a wheel or something, maybe pedals. Is he just continuing straight? Looks like he has a little bit of control over the car, but he is slowing down a lot. I wonder if he ran out of maybe. If it is a throttle car. That is definitely unfortunate. That seems very, very strange. I wonder if the ATS, they will be kind enough to tell us in the YouTube chat maybe what happened there. If it was a fuel issue or if they had some sort of technical issue with equipment. That's one of the things in sim racing that's so hard to take into account, equipment failures and stuff like that. Bergkamp comes into the, or Chamberlain comes into the pits, changing over to Bergkamp, it looks like. For the Honda, they must be a little bit off sequence then. If they come in now, they could potentially, if they come in now, I would expect them to take wet tires. There were yellow flag for them as well. All of a sudden they went the pits. Chris is busy on the replays at the minute. I wonder if they had some sort of technical problem as well. Also, track have changed to optimum, so fastest lap in the race could come under pressure. A lot of strange things are happening here in virtual Paul Ricard at the minute, but as I was saying with the equipment, that's we don't have engine failures as per se here in the game, but equipment failures we do have. quite a few off him, or not a few, but let's see what happens to Chamberlain. Same place on the track. Is he just starting to brake there? Just pulls off the track and oh, that looks like a wheel disconnect or something. Looks like he was braking, looking at the lights on the car, and then he just steers straight into a wall. Yeah, equipment failure for the Honda as well. Very, very unfortunate for a lot of teams at the minute. That's something that I would feel very, very much for when stuff like that happens, especially for a team like the 81 crew. They had the contact on that one that sent them so far down the field, and they fought so well to get back up there into fourth, and we're running so nicely up there. Very, very, very big shame for these guys. Both Peel and Sperps with drive-through, still raining drive-throughs over the drive. Unfortunate for all of those who gets them, of course, but with the equipment, that's yeah, all sim racers. It's a thing that you always want to have the best possible equipment, even though that you know that your old equipment was probably equally good in when it comes to actually getting lap time out of it. But it is a thing you always want the best of the best equipment to get that little bit of extra feel, to get that little bit of extra realism into driving. And sometimes some drivers just go a little bit over the top of equipment and having stuff that the PCs can run and all stuff like that, myself included, I think, to be perfectly straight there. So yeah. But again, you can be equally fast on a controller as you can be the nicest of Fanatec or Cinematic or whatever equipment that you have. Theoretically, at least. And we have seen fast controller players before. And players even racing on laptops with old Logitech or Thrustmaster setups as well. Doing extremely well in championships. I remember a guy named Chico 11. I don't think that we were racing an old Thrustmaster with the non-wheel changeable Thrustmaster stuff like the CX150 or something like that. Then on the laptop and still winning races and being alien quick. So for people out there who wants to get started with sim racing, it is possible to do on a cheap with just the PC of any sort that you already have. And then with a cheap wheel. Kalavala going quick last lap around. Still nowhere near the fastest lap of the race. Which is also a bit interesting to see that they have the fastest lap of the race of 152.9, where the second quickest lap of the race would be 153.705, and then the third would be 53.755. So a little bit of a gap there between the quickest and second quickest, but they could have potentially had a low fuel run before the rain hit. I expect that to be the case. But they are still no, they're technically not the quickest car on track at the minute. It's actually the third place car, Kubanov, who are the quickest last time around, with Spenkeling being very close to those guys. So yeah, the pace is increasing at the minute. Following Santos around, quickly jumping over to Kubanov. As per usual, when I start speaking about the driver, Kubanov in the Luke oil car, we did see them have that spin and those issues getting into pits. We would assume that's about a, let's say 10-second total time loss. So they could have potentially been about 26 behind Mike Thomas, currently driving in second. Still not that would of course still not be within battling range, but it would have been a little bit quicker, a little bit closer. Now we can really see the lap times dropping. Spenkeling, fastest driver on track, close to breaching the 54 times getting in. Let's see what it's almost qualifying is. qualifying-ish when you're following the times this intensely. Yeah, Spinkeling by far. No, we actually have a 53 now. That's Kubanov. Kubanov keeps showing that he's quickest on track, but often Spinkeling might be trading quickest lap times at the minute every time they cross the line as the track gets better and better. Bruning have gone fast as well in fourth. Yeah, he's into the 53.8. That's actually personal best of the car. So the track is now at the point where we could see challenges for best laps. So a good time to be in the car, at least for the drivers, for when the rain just started. So never mind. We are likely not seeing any improvement of lap times after this. The rain will actually get in half an hour. It will be the wettest that we have had so far during this race. And we are nicely within the two-stop to the end strategy from this point on. So potentially we will see people, they could dive in as soon as they want to. Track's still only greasy, but we have seen those big moments in the Steve Parker corner following third sector. And we saw that in the YouTube chat that Michael Thomas did like the rain earlier on. So he will be a happy man now. But he gets the opportunity to try and chase down Kalevala in the lead. In wet conditions though, half a minute roughly between 27 seconds to be more precise, but it is a little bit of a gap. I think when we see the lap times going above 2 minutes to the about 2 minutes to 2 minutes from 1, then it's the crossover time for when the wet tires will be quicker. So that's something to look out for. We have seen that Bergkamp is back in the Honda, with once again having to do a lot of comeback driving for that team. Also having to mention that Spinkeling and Fredriksson here in the number 9 car, they had the 30 for pit speed earlier on in the races. It's been a little bit of a comeback drive for the guys. And they're now just 2.2 seconds behind the PS UK car, the number 99, currently by Walsh. Toddy, first man to pit to swap back to the wet tires. At least we are very much assuming that he will swap to wet tires. We did see when they swapped to the dries that the dryers were doing about 2 minutes to 1. That area of lap time, so it will probably still be a lap or 2 before the optimum time to swap over. As Sim have really caught up to Walsh now. Looks like Sim really thrives in these changeable conditions. On the move here for the simulator. And jumped on down the back straight. Sim moves up into 6th position. That's the 4 car directly ahead of Sim. That he will probably just bail out of the way at some point and let Sim go. Or maybe not. Careful now, Sim. If the 4 car tries to go into the pits, I was thinking that that would have been a thing. Woo! And other cars braking as well for the pit lane ahead. That was a little bit tight. I bet you that Sim was sweating balls there. Maybe his pants needs a little bit of changing after that. Big coat brown there. I was assuming that the 4 car would go into the pits as he didn't just let Sim go through when Sim was almost past him in the middle of a corner. So yeah. But you never know with back markers. And this is Aaron Fedoran, who is close to the 104 Ferrari. Bernardinis, that would be behind the wheel of that. We are getting into the area with where the crossover times are being reached. Also, that wasn't the cleanest of entries by Fedoran there, but crossover times have been reached by many of the cars. I would actually say all of the cars. So a big round of pit stops are incoming. Oh, well, they're doing a big round of pit stops. That's the race leader. That's Kalavala in trouble. Spun around there. I would assume in some sort of lapping situation of another car. Wow. Issues for the race leader, who we probably see diving into the pits now. Yes, we do, slowly around the corner. Assuming Michael Thomas will follow him in as well. He will be coming around the final corner as we are speaking. Wow. This race seems to be kicking off at the minute. See all the traffic in the pit lane. Especially in this end of the pit lane. A lot of cars in at the minute, switching over to the wet tires. Let's see what happened. He might just be losing it on his own. It looks like, yeah. Whoop. That's a classic situation. Looks like a little bit of a tank slayer, but that is what happens when you turn a right and a left-hand corner. Just losing it ever so slightly, being on the dry tires in the versioning situation. And look at how close Michael Thomas got from that. That's the black Aston Martin we see in the background. That was Michael Thomas's Red King's car. Well, a lot closer than the 11 seconds over the start-finish line. It's a white Bentley. We see 2 cars ahead. That's the race leader currently on board, P2 of Michael Thomas. Oh, and he's gone off again on the cold, wet tires. Kalavala. Ooh, Kalavala almost taking out Michael Thomas there, but that's the lead change with 1 hour 50 minutes to go. Michael Thomas takes the lead of the race away from the 69 car, who got it almost 3 or 4 hours ago with a take on. What was that? It was not the 4-6. It was not the Luke Oil car that was leading at the minute or at the time. Who was it even, Chris, that was leading? Was it the 314? No, not the 314. Yeah, well, no, before the Luke Oil car. The Luke Oil, after. What? Carlos, yes. Let's just figure out what car he was driving. Yeah, it was the number 8 Ferrari. The number 8 Ferrari that took the lead from quite a few hours ago. Yes, I have Chris in the back of my head telling me what actually happened. So I'm not speaking to myself. I promise you guys, I'm not going mentally insane. Promise. Really promise. Now it's Thomas's time to shine in the lead of the race. Kalevala is already quite far behind. Going into the pits again, did he change into the wrong tires? Did he get dries instead of wets when he was out there? Yes, Kalevala is into the pits once again. Must have been a wrong tire change. I wonder if he got onto the dries. He did. He was on dry tires before. No. Big pit stop error there from the 69 team. That could be the thing that cost them the race win today. Going in, taking dry tires in conditions where it surely is raining.
I just want to confirm to everybody on YouTube that he is actually talking to himself. I'm not really here. Nor can you lot hear me either, even though you probably can right now. Bye.
God damn it. Yeah, that was the sound of my head speaking. Hopefully you could hear it. Otherwise I'm going to sound even more mentally insane now. Let's see. Kalevala, does he come out on wedge? Yes, he does. But big pit error there from the 69 team. And he gets a stop-go 30 as well. When bad goes to worst for the 69 crew. This have not been their day once again. Oh, they seem to have an awful finish to the race in Barcelona as well. This time around, wrong tire change in the pits and then start go 30 this late on. This will put them quite far down the running order. Once they serve the drive-through, that's 2 additional pit stops they would have taken over their competitors. This is not optimum for these guys. Very unfortunate race for them. So that means that Michael Thomas is now unpressured in the lead with 40 seconds gap to Kubanov, with an additional 8 down to Gruning. And Kubanov coming into a bit of traffic here, a Ferrari and an Aston. That's one of the left-hand racing Astons, I think. Ooh, very close to some arty-barty there, but getting it done. Oh, that could also be the multi-tap Aston. Yeah, I actually think it's the multi-tap Aston. Brazilian. But Kubanov up into second. I don't think that he minds the issues of the 69 car. But this is the thing, how do you calm down your driver when you are in the 69 crew? I don't know if they're using ACC drive and it's a teammate who didn't select the correct tires, or if it's on himself for switching in the MFD. And then with the SG30 afterward, I don't think that he is having the time of life anymore. Be fuming also swapped to a Uber when they got back out on track, by the way. As he's the driver in the car serving the and he's into the pits now to serve it. I think that could be one of the ways to cope with that sort of things, getting another driver in the car. But let's see where they end up. Definitely behind the number 8 car. Let's see, where is the 9 car on track? The Simsport driven car is here. I would expect the 9 car also to pass through, which means the 99 of course the PSUK team will go through as well. O'Connor maybe in the 3. Yes, he goes through just about. I wonder if Tillander then will be immediately into battling with Ryan Cook. Ah, no, it looks like that he got ahead of Tillander. So yeah. But yeah, Seal to Lander here in 9th position, which means 2 Bentleys close to each other on track in the. Looking up at the rear end of Ryan Cooper, who also seems to be very quick in the wet conditions. So it's a matter of how they will handle this in the 69 car. I think they have been all around the drivers at this point, so potentially Ryan Cooper and Krepinen, who have done extremely well in their stints, could finish. Potentially leave them with an opportunity to catch up once again and get into to those sweet podium positions, as we have seen them driving a good few seconds from time to time, at least a second quicker than the 528 car of Michael Thomas and the Chris earlier race when we had these wet conditions. But again, Ryan Cooper will also have to go through a lot of drivers to get there. Like a lot of drivers from 8th will have to recover back up through the field. Obviously, we have seen the 81 Honda do it early on in the race. But back then, the field was a little bit closer together, well, quite a bit closer together than it is now. So it will be a challenge and a half. Yes, I will surely be my good friend in the CBSR crew. Have not the time to negotiate stuff with CBSR at this point, but anyhow. Now I was almost about to commentate on YouTube again, which we have known before is not a good idea, as the commentary is super delayed. But yeah, that's what it is. Speaking of CBSR, following them on the camera here, likely the car that I'll be piloting for the 24-hour race. Yes, secret stuff being announced. Though it doesn't look like that that drivers like it either, so it will be perfect. Then it will definitely be very perfect. It's a horse currently behind the wheel of it in 23rd position, 5-second gap up to Benadis in the Ferrari, in the 104 Ferrari. We have seen them catching up earlier to them, and they have been battling it out for quite a while in this race. So they could potentially still get in there. It will of course be a lot wetter in a few minutes than it used to be. This is the wettest that we have seen the track so far this race, and it's even wetter and wetter for the next half hour. Just like Chris Hill. But I guess it is what it is. You know what, 20 degrees and raining in France, I would take that over the temperatures we have in Denmark at the minute. It's just cloudy. what else is going on the track at the minute. Maybe we could do a rundown of the grid as it stands at the minute. In the race lead, Red Kings Motorsports, Michael Thomas is controlling the front. The unfortunate 60 get to later. Second place in the race at the minute. Elmar Kubanov in the Luke Oil Racing Esports car. Good livery on that, by the way. Ooh, getting a little bit of slide on that. They have been leading the race earlier on and being involved in the battling for the top positions for quite a while. Only one small spin for those guys. Race quite well, just not on the pace of Michael Thomas and the others in the rain. Well, Bentley in the rain. In third position, it's the 724 Aston Martin, the left-hand racing Aston Martin. Joshua Gruning driving. They have been assisted quite a bit with the unfortunate issues of other cars, but so the rest of the behind them, of course. But currently in third and rounding out the podium. Fourth position, the number 8 Ferrari of GSE Racing Esports, Mike Manga behind the wheel of that, also leading the race earlier on, much earlier on in the race. They haven't seemed to be climatizing to the rain, as well as top 20 is going to be Hella exiting. What? We haven't seen them that much later on in the race after they lost the lead. They have just sort of been there. In fifth position, it's the number 9 Lamborghini of Simsport Racing International, currently driven by Sim Spinkelink. They had the stop-go 30 earlier on in the race, and I do believe they had a penalty also for the contact, maybe with. I actually not entirely sure that it was them who got the penalty, but they might have had a penalty earlier on as well. Nevertheless, they are here running in fifth. In sixth position, Liam Walsh currently behind the wheel of the PS UK Esports number 99 Ferrari. Fun and good livery on that. Looks a little bit like the DSRT car. DSRT look, guys, hard to say really, but currently driving in sixth position, being chased down by Ryan Cooper of Rio Bentley. Was driving the Bentley, the 69 Bentley. They were leading the race for 2-3 hours almost. Out there in the front, doing super good lap times in the rain, and they are trying to catch back up to the rest of the field. Situation with the pit stops, not coming out on wrecked tires, boxing in, getting onto the dries instead of wets, and then boxing again or having to take another stop to get wet tires on. Getting the wet tires on, then getting the stop go 30, and that's why they are down into 7th position at the minute. But they are lapping quite quickly, and we will probably see them jump at least one more position up in the race. In 8th position, the best placed Mustang at the minute, Russ O'Connor behind the wheel of Please Brake Turn 1, number 3 Mustang. Beautiful. I do like the blue and white livery on the Mustang here. Fun to see. You haven't really been in any troubles in the race. Good pace, and they don't seem to have been in the same sort of issues as the other Mustangs in the rain. They have been driving quite well in these conditions. 9th position is Sally Tillander at the minute in the R2E Bentley, number 415. The Bentley seems to have been the best cars in the rain. They have seemed to be the most controlled possible. They have seemed better, but they have done quite well. It's been a rough ride for them, but they are beating their teammates that we'll get to later. In 10th position, number 55, McLaren of Tony Tuccia behind the wheel, Evolution Simsport. There we can see the Honda driving directly ahead of them. The Honda that must have lapped themselves recently, or this Evolution Simsport team coming to lap them. Have to wait and see. Also, the car we have seen in a few battles in the race, and often when we see backmarkers battle, they're coming to lap them. They just sort of seem to be there in the backgrounds of the shots all the time. But that was the top 10. In 11th position, Dennis Schröps, defending endurance champions in number 1 car. Yeah, not much in that to say really. He is there. He's driving well. Not well, what it is. 12th position. Patrick van der Linden in the 943 IRL Endurance Racing Team. Aston Martin. Easy to recognize livery on that car. A little bit too black for my liking, but the stripes on the front does make it recognizable. 13th position. We have Hendrik Zimmermann in the SLRT number 10 for. They have been up in the top 10 earlier on in the race, but have dropped a little bit during the later stages. It have been a little bit downhill since qualifying for these guys, but that's what happens when you get a magical lap in qualifying, and then in the race we usually get to see the true picture of teams, especially in these long races. 14th position is Christian Parme in the other left-hand racing car, the 723 car. Again, they have been up and down the field. We have seen down, but again, on pit stop rounds, with different positions coming out of that. So not much in the team history of the race, at least notable for us here on the stream. In 15th position, the 211 Dimacron Red Ford Mustang driven by Arthur Levinchenko. At the minute, they started from the pits and they found themselves, I think, in 12th at some point in the race, and then they dropped a bit again, and now they are fighting their way back through the field, having the 610 car behind, not too far behind Pema, not too far ahead of Stay behind. Speaking of Stay, in the 88 Bentley in 16th position, it's Lasse Stay of the RSSE Academy. Again, with one of the Bentleys that we have seen having one of the better times in the rain. Know that Stay have driven the Mercedes a few seasons ago, and they were doing quite well in that car, so it might be a little bit of a changeover in driving styles as they're in the Bentley now. 17th position, the unfortunate Honda number 81. They got tapped on lap 1. It's the Crème de la Course Racing, of course, behind the wheel of that. They got tapped on lap 1. I had to overtake the entire field to get back up into the runnings of the race. The way up into 4th position, then seemed that they have some sort of real issue with one of their drivers, as they was just driving in a straight line all of a sudden, and they had to RTG, so they have a bit of a recovery ahead of them. In 18th position, the lone Lexus, also was the lone Honda, lone Lexus Tech 1 Racing, Dennis Goldman behind the wheel of that. They were finding them on sequence in the mid-20s earlier in the race, but have their way up in 18th. So they are in for a reasonably good result, and good to see the Lexus on track. Behind the number 50 Lexus, we have the 104 Ferrari, the Sim Racing Team. Easy name for those. Axel Berardilis behind the wheel of that black Ferrari. Always easy to confuse with the number. Also a black Ferrari. So yeah, what it is what it is for these guys, rounding out the top 20. The number 95 Sim Racing Holland BMW. Jago Sheriff behind the wheel of that car. We have seen them battling a lot with the two other Beamers in the race, or two of the other Beamers in the race earlier on. Nick and Fritz Horst. Get to those two drivers in just a bit. As in 21st position, we have the Mode 11 BMW. Number 11, that will be, of course, driven by Nick Vargas. They seem to have been almost inseparable with the 95 car so far this race, and the 24. So they have been moving together up through, but again, they have been in the area of 16. I think they were up into 12 when they were doing their best, having a little bit of a slide there, touching the track limit boards and falling back down. But still going in 22nd position, Anthony Horst in the 24 BMW. CBSR team, one of my all-time favorite liveries. Same story as the 95 and 11. They have been close to each other race, but they haven't had that good best position in the race. But they have been around this around top 20 would be a good result for them in the race, sort of kind of race. 23rd position, the 314 in racing by Nick Zero. Salvador Gurifrida behind the wheel of that haven't seen them too much, so not much of a story in that for this race. Behind these drivers on 24th position, the one nice car, of course, that's a 169, the 610 Motorsports team, Thomas van Schijk behind the wheel of that. We have seen them in a few battles in the background shots all race, so they have definitely had a race that they want to ride home. Having had a good time here. 25th position, there's a lot of cars in this race. I am getting exhausted on this. 25th position is 79 McLaren of France. Lewis Richards behind the wheel. All white McLaren. We have seen a little bit in the background shots as well, but they have had a very neutral race, finding themselves in a very representable 25th position. 26th, we have the British Racing Green Ford Mustang, the PRT team. Alexi Min, that was a 95 car spot there. Alexi Min behind the wheel of that. Haven't seen them much on the stream, but easy to recognize car. In 27th position, the 80th Aston Martin of Multitap Racing, Arlene Santos. We have that the Brazilian crew. We have seen them a lot further down, so they have been on a bit of a recovery drive. So bit of a slide there as we follow them. Good show up there for the many spectators. 28th position, the 102 Aston Martin QSR. Stacey Delacruz behind the wheel of that. They were dead last earlier on in the race, so they have recognized and taken advantage of mistakes that teams are doing, and just since the start racing, they got back there. They have had a very stable race, finding themselves pressing through the field, going up and up and up into 28th at the minute. 29th position, another black Ferrari team resto car in the 74 Ferrari. Dean Panov behind the wheel of that. Haven't seen much of those either. I think they had some sort of earlier on put them down into almost dead last as well, and they have recovered back up into 29th. In 30th position, the number 4 BMW easy to recognize with the black, blue and yellow livery. Smash Bros, Phil Brown behind the wheel of that. I wish they were running a car with just one big American flag, as they all seem very American names in that machine. So yeah, that was top 30. 31st in the 89 Porsche. Not many Porsches in the race, so it's good to say Porsche. The Royal Simsport Endurance team, Tim Sheen behind the wheel of that. In a 31st position, that is. In 32nd position, currently Sugar Fart, Unity Hero behind the wheel of that, and they haven't been having the best of races. They've been running about in these underneath 30 all race. It seems like the THRC team, the 73 BMW, that is. And in 33rd position, a team that must have had a disconnect at some point in the race, and we have seen them being very nice to people lapping them. The 204 Talk Sport WRT Mercedes of Eric Ryan behind the wheel of that at the minute. Good to see them. They were actually in the top 30 earlier in the race, also when we had about 39 cars almost on the grid at the start, and that's going to be a track cut no matter what. But whether or not that they have free, and it'll be a penalty, we'll have to see. It's not definitely a track cut for that. They are running in 33rd position and rounding out the grid rundown. Yeah, back to the actual battling and not just the rundown of the field. It is Dennis Schwebs and Manga here. Manga leading the race earlier on, and currently finding themselves on the edges of the top 10. with Dennis Schröps defending endurance champions, of course. We have seen a lot of new teams this season. That's one of the reasons why they're down the level of the top of the field have increased quite a bit this season. We are talking most of the new team, or some of the new teams that have come. They might be just a 10 for 2 quicker than Schröps and his teammates, but those few tenths are what makes the big difference in endurance races, and will become several seconds as Schröps makes the overtake here on Manga. Takes 10th away from the Ferrari crew. With an hour and 22 to go off the race. Can you show P22 is being asked by Mr. Kunt? And I will. Oh, that was ages ago. But I will offer you this, Mr. Kunt. You can come in for an interview. You can show your car and more, maybe. Ah, how about that? I feel like that's a fair trade-off. Oh, 3 cars wide ahead here, but blue flag situation. CBSR crew involved in that, and the 102, it seems like, as Schröps comes up to lap the Brazilian Aston Martin as well. Multi-tap racing. That went way smoother than I was expecting it to go. And Manga goes around the multi-tap car as well. That looked way more dangerous than it was. And that's good to see that all the drivers have the skills and skills available to them to actually do these sorts of close rings together. Doesn't matter if you're near the front or back of the field. It seems to be everyone who's on that sort of level at this year on Sim Racing Endurance Championship. Very nice. What happened to the Honda was a game crash, and the Muscat had a fatal error, they say, in the endurance chat. And others have had problems with their pit stop screen in the MFD, it looks like. Or were being in the pits. So some sort of strangeness have been going on. Speaking of Schröps, he puts a lap down on the CBSR crew. Oh, another lap down on them, I should say. Maybe it's just a lap, actually. Hard to say. Other battling still going on the track at the minute. This is a Stay and Levanchenko. Levanchenko, actually, I feel like they were quite far up the standings at Barcelona as well. Had a good race there. Now we see the penalties being handed out once again. Let's have a look at what sort of penalties are coming. 2 5-second penalties for the 104 car, 10 seconds for the 79, and 5 for the 314. So nothing that changes much in the front of the field, but it could change a bit near the rear end, these penalties that have been applied. So we'll have to wait and see with that. As Stay got ahead of Levanchenko, it looks like. as the number 3 Mustang is coming up to lap them as well. Maybe some Mustang friendship can be done here, and he can try and aid Levanchenko back through. Drive through for the 55. That's Tuja. That's Tuja, the Evolution team there. Ooh, and a little bit of crashing seems to have happened here. That's the ATS car and Team Resto car who have been involved in something here. I would assume with a lapping of a back marker, and that's what happened there. As Chris sounds to be hard working on finding a replay of that. He might not be actually, but it is also getting late in the day. 2 Mustangs and a Bentley. That's not something that we usually see in endurance racing. From the rear of a Ferrari that dives into the pits. It always looks so crazy when you dive in here, with the cars coming up so closely. Half an hour, we have another dry spill. And that could potentially mean that we'll finish the race on dry tires. We are crossing our fingers for that, of course, but we never know. Levanchenko and Stay still closer together, even though Stay he haven't managed to a gap yet. Levanchenko getting a little bit of a bad line there, which lost him some time. Oh my god, here's a replay of what happened. Ah, yes. He was turning left in a right-hand corner. Ah, okay. Yep, that seemed very unfortunate. No further comments on that. Well, a little bit stupid as well, but I guess it is what it is. And now Stay is getting a little bit of a gap to Levanchenko. As we see the ATS car ahead getting lapped, I would assume. Yeah, it must be getting lapped. It's not unlapping. So yeah, a lap down to Levanchenko. Oh, we can see the big damage on the front end of the ATS car. I wonder if they're trying to stretch it until the dry period with repairing that damage. If they box now, they will still have to take one additional pit. They come in now. They deem it to be too heavy damage to continue. And it is worth the extra pit stop to repair it. Walsh goes into the pits as well, which means that they will also need at least one more stop in the race for the PS UK team. And to just serving the penalty. Patrick van der Linde catching up to Manga. Manga seems in some sort of trouble. The car sort of getting a little bit loose there from Steve Manga. Seems like Manga is really in some sort of have some sort of issues with the car. It's not going well for him. That Ferrari doesn't work good as a boat. It seems like the Aston is a little bit of a better car for that, or at least having a better setup for the conditions. So that is fairly interesting. See the ATS car coming off the pits again, or was that the no, I think that was the 99 car that we saw leaving the pit lane. Oh, going a little bit wide there, Patrick van der Linden. allows Manga to get back to him a little bit. I think Patrick will do his best just to run away at this point. Well, he will definitely do his best to run away at this point. Everything else would be a little bit crazy, but he will need to gap Manga so he doesn't get the opportunity for a slipstream. Does seem like that he have the gap at the minute, so it's all good and safe. He himself have tucked in behind the CBSR BMW. That he will have to put another lap down in a few seconds. And it happens as we are speaking. It is happening as we are speaking. The white McLaren up ahead. The brakes. No, the white McLaren is not for position. Next car for Patrick van der Linden will actually be defending champion Dennis Swerves in the number 1 R2E Porsche up ahead. And the lapping have guaranteedly happened as we are going down the back straight. Drive through for the 169 car actually. And look at that, Spenkelink have gotten himself up into 4th position in the race. I haven't seen that until now, so he have had a good stint this time around. I wonder if he will be handing the car back to Tesh Fredriksson at that next pit stop, or if Sem is going to the end. Say really. Ryan Cooper within 6 seconds of Tillander in 6th for their second-ish comeback of the race. One step to go. Quicker, I would say. And that is not Cox, of course. By the way, Mr. Cox, how come we haven't seen you in endurance for a while? Get back into it. God damn it. We know the unlucky disconnects have happened before, but wouldn't hurt to see you in a racing car in these championships soon again. speaking of soon again, I think we'll take the final short commentary break of this race. And then we'll be right back with the final hour of racing with very intensified something. Dark side. 1 hour, 3 minutes to go in the race, and we should be back non-stop for the the last hour of the race. Currently looking at the SLRT team and Hendrik Zimmermann piloting the car at the minute. They have been out there for almost 5 hours, these machines, and they're still going. Of course, with driver swaps for all the cars during the race, no one has been 5 hours straight, as far as I am aware. It doesn't look like the dry spell is getting any closer, sort of say. It must be moving into 10-minute slots soon. Up in the weather bar on the top right hand side of the screen. Ryan Cooper getting within battling range of Tillander with the Bentley battle for a 6th position, it seems like. Further up the field at least. So same for Chamberlain, and Stay also seems to be track. With both the 69 crew and the 81 crew. Chamberlain driven Honda and the Cooper driven Bentley on their comeback drives respectively for different reasons. So they are on it. So they are definitely on it at the minute. Here goes the SLRT Hendrik Zimmermann on a manga actually for position 11. The overtake. Maybe not. Oh, he does get it done. Manga didn't seem to fancy fighting that through the years. Which is usually the thing there. Usually one driver will have to back out if both drivers go full send into end up in one or the other have to back out. If both drivers start backing out, then it sort of gets into a little bit of racing where two strange lines are wide as possible. But it has happened. Richard's here in the frame with a 10-second penalty that he will have to serve in the final pit stop of the race. Or at least we assume his next pit stop will be his fine. Of course, people stopping now can go to the end on stint timer, but it could potentially be a little bit of an issue if that dry spell comes. That's now just 10 minutes away, so if you have to stop before that due to fuel or stint timer, then you might be person way too high. And that's where stretching your stints to the maximum you can do comes in handy. Looking at the lap times out there once again, just for the fun of it, it's still but Michael Thomas, the 9 Bentley, and the 528 Aston Martin that can do lap times 2 minutes 1 second a minute. Which is fairly interesting to see. Although it was the same last time we had the rain, when the 69 Bentley was leading before their unfortunate pit stop sequence for the wet tires for the second rain. Michael Thomas still in control of the race on his 149th lap. We won't be going above the 200 laps in this race, but we'll be getting somewhat close with almost a minute now, 51 seconds to Kubanov in second. So a lot of things have to go wrong for the Red Kings Motorsports team not to come home as winners of this event. But you never know, a disconnect, hardware issues, a crash with a back marker, anything can happen in an endurance race, and that's why these races are so hard mentally to drive. You never know what happens. And when you have kept going for so long, it can be a little bit of a mental exercise to still keep going at maximum pace. You will get tired at some point. Those 6 hours are you that happen to a very large extent. But it can happen for some drivers, and that's where, again, experience. When that is the key factor. You don't win these races on being quick alone. You need to be consistent also. Cooper have found his way into sixth and is very fifth, and Ryan O'Connor at the minute in the please break T1 Ford Mustang. So they are making a good progress, taking full advantage of the slipstream there from the Mercedes. The Mustang had to go a little bit slower there through the corner leading on here to the back straight because of the Mercedes. So he could potentially already have a move now. Ryan goes for the inside line and gets it done. Oh, a little bit of a slide there for the Mustang, but both kept it on track. So that's Ryan Cooper up into 5th position now in the race. They are doing a great comeback and keeping it going. But it's a little bit of a long way from here and up in Spankley. Unrealistic though, if rain would keep going, then I would assume they would have the pace to actually catch up to Sam Spankelink and the 4th position. But as it is getting drier at some point, and we have seen that Lamborghini be super quick in dry conditions, it would be a little bit more difficult for them to catch up, and it might be a little bit out of reach if something doesn't go wrong for the SSRI car, the number 9 Lamborghini that driven by Sim Spankelink and Tish Frederick this race. Big traffic there ahead of Ryan Cooper, and that's the 88 now ahead, another Bentley. Have to spin it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You can see the difference in lines there, and that's why Ryan Cooper has been so strong in these conditions. He still manages to place this car correctly, even when it's so difficult to hitting the apexes. He still does it every single time, it seems like. Not much in driver errors to put on the 69 car. Maybe some experience issues when it came to the pit stops, but nothing too serious. Oh well, nothing that they can't fix for the next round. Just getting the checklist done a little bit better with the pit stop, but we did see another team all playing about pitting information, so that could have been the same that happened to these guys. But yeah, again, Cooper and that 69 through, they could have potentially been out there dominating the race with a better qualifying. They would have been up there from the start, and then without their pit stop issues. Heartbreak moment of the race, I will. they would definitely have been in potential for the race win. Same goes for the 81 Honda without their issues, and maybe a little better weather. They haven't seen too strong in the rain though. Better weather conditions, and without that two heartbreak moments, then the 81 Honda could also have been up there in the battle for the podium positions. But as we are within the last hour of the race, we could maybe do a little bit of a commercial for the next race, which is a sort of a special endurance event here on the SSRI channel. It's the charity event, 24 hours of Mount Panorama of Bathurst, raising money for Labs for Life. €25 donation, or €25 entry, or £25 entry fee. Oh, well, would greatly appreciate it. It is actually not an entry fee as I can see here in the information actually, but I would like to see as many teams as possible sign up. 24 racing the difficult, challenging Mount Panorama. Hopefully we'll have full cast for the event. Maybe there'll be some downtown during the evening, but we'll definitely try and work something out with. Also, so I won't have to sit here. We'll have sense will to live out that, I would think. But yeah, it will happen on the what would that be? 14th of December. Qualifying the 30th. Actually says 12th in the information, Chris. Let's so nevertheless, get your team signed up and get ready for a great day of racing. 24 hours plus the qualifying a day or two before. It will be a wonderful event. I highly recommend everyone signing up for that one. We have seen over the last couple of years that they have been greatly successful with great racing and everyone having a lot of fun in these events. And remember, it's not about winning or losing, it's about raising money to the charity. When we go racing at Bathurst, it is also one of the most immense challenges in sim racing, doing 24 hours off the mountain, of course. So yeah, get ready, get signed up and be there. Also, I will personally donate £25 for every Jaguar that signs up. So if anyone's out there wanting to do that, then I will definitely put some extra money into it. And back to the actual race. With Michi Pan, Liam Walsh in the PS UK 99 car in 13th position, and don't mind that there are a few cars that have the red boxes next to. Ooh, drive-through penalty there for the 3rd position car. Fill up the field, but don't mind the teams with the red number boards. It doesn't mean anything. That is just a little bit of let's call it technical difficulties we have had before the race. Let's just put into that category and say that we'll have it solid for the next one, which hopefully should be with classes and stuff, and it will be all great and all fun and everyone will be there. Woo. Also drive through for Sim Spinkelink now. This could actually burst very well for Ryan Cooper after all, and they could potentially actually get within podium positions if they are really quick now. Also, track have gone damp now. No more rain expected for the next half hour. So it will likely be dry tires to the end whenever they choose to come in and pit. So those teams with drive-throughs, they definitely want to get them served as quickly as possible so they can switch over to dries whenever they feel like it. Following Goldman here in 16th position in the Lexus. 47 minutes remaining. Tech 1 Racing. They have, although they must be a little bit out of sequence, but they are in 16th at the minute, which is quite an unexpected high for the Lexus. Difficult car to drive, especially in these conditions. So this team have done surprisingly well during this event, and I'm looking forward to seeing them at Mount Panorama, of course. Whoops, that's. I wonder if he had spun or if they had difficulties that needed to. It must have been a spin as they were parked at the exit of the Steve Park, or if they had some sort of issues that meant that they had to restart or reboot something with hardware. Spinkling serving his drive-through. Already served his. That was Ryan Cooper that came through, so Cooper is now into 4th position. As Sim rejoins track in 5th. Looks like Bruning already served his penalty. And this is the thing, the 69 crew are really proving here, it's not over until it's over. You never know what happens in endurance racing. After their heartbreak moments, they might as well just have called it quits and decided they didn't want to finish the race anymore. Look at this comeback after those, after that moment, all the way back up into 4th position now. Not too far behind the podium positions, although they are crossing the lines as we speak, so it is still quite the gap, but not unrealistic now. If the 724 gets in some sort of troubles here in the last minutes, but it will have to be the 724 car that gets in some sort of troubles if they have to get there. Also, big shout out, Michael Thomas comes into the pits now. He will be switching to high tires. We will. But a big shout out to the 2 Aston Martins in the top 3. Same 2 cars that started on the 2nd row of the grid, I believe. I seem to remember. So they have been super consistent in this race. Same goes for the Luke Oil team in the 406 Ferrari. Top consistency. Yes, everyone is coming in now to switch over to high tire. This is one of the defining moments of the race. We have also reached roughly the crossover times on the board. We have reached the crossover times on the timing board, so this does seem to be the correct choice. Hopefully, no one made the mistakes of going back out on wets. Following Ryan Cooper, who probably have waited a lap too long, switching the tires, I would say. But who am I to judge? They have been on top of the race earlier on, so they might be better strategists than I am. So let's see. Sim Spinkling have also stayed out this lap. So they might be onto something. They might be onto something. But I would be surprised if they don't come in this lap to do a tire change. They have done lap times underneath 2 minutes. The first car to go on minutes the spill of rain. Oh, actually no. Joshua Bruning have also been on 0.8. Maybe it's still the wet tires that are the quickest. It was so slightly at least. Ever so slightly, at least, yes. But we are definitely in the crossover period of crossover time now. Which might still be the more comfortable tire to drive on, though. And that could be the reason why they are staying out. We are looking forward to seeing the lap times of Michael Thomas next time around. Spenkeling comes in this time. So does Tuja. So I think that the Cooper guys, they need to do it as well. The Rayo Bentley team. Groening also in. Thomas down the back straight. Actually haven't seen anyone on the dries go quicker yet than Ryan Cooper on wets. But surely when Michael Thomas goes across the start line, this quicker. And Cooper comes into the pits as well, though not again not the best of pit entry stack, not staying within the pit entry line. Michael Thomas, a few corners to go before we get his first timed lap on the dries. Though the dries are definitely still not into temperature. So let's see. Start, finish straight. And across the line he goes. No, actually, Ryan Cooper's last timed lap, where non-pit stop lap, of course, was actually about a second quicker than Michael Thomas' first by-tire lap. That is interesting. Let's see what Kupanov can do when he comes across the line. Oh, drive through for Ryan Cooper there. Pit speed. Unfortunate for the 69 crew. That will put them behind Fredriksson and probably Jesper van der Vaart as well. Kubanov goes across the line. Also not very quick lap there from Kubanov, which might actually still have been the quicker tires, but it could also be some timing that have forced him to come into the pits when they did. So that's very unfortunate. The left-hand racing crew still in third position in a big gap, and they will be in a big hole between themselves, Kubanov and Fredriksson. Don't need to count in Cooper in this equation, as they as they have to serve a drive-through penalty, and they are anyways only getting onto the start-finish straight now. So there's quite a gap between them. And He's just come in to serve the drive-through. The Kubanov are getting close to the start finish, so there's quite a few seconds between, almost 40. It's 38 between the left-hand racing team and the Luke Oil guys. Riding with Tesh Fredriksson here. Surely he will pass the. Actually, I think the Bentley team gets out ahead of. No, they didn't. I thought we were a different place on the track. But yeah, Fredriksson and Spenkelink have overtaken and back up into 4th position. And Jesper van der Vaart as well ahead of the 69 Bentley. But only 7 seconds in that top 5 are still possible for the Rail Bentley crew. As Fredriksson might have gone into a little bit of a cruise control now, just to keep it and maintain 4th in this race, drive it home safely. I think Sim is telling him in the background. Walsh comes into the pits for unknown reasons. He might have stayed out there on wets until now. That could be the case, as we are still on damp track. We haven't gone to greasy yet. Following Patrick Peel, they have had the fall, but they seem to be climbing a bit now that it's dry again. But still, there are not a lot of lap times out there that could match the lap times that Cooper was doing on the wets before they came into swap. Yeah, if they were still doing the same lap times as they did before their last pit stop, then they would be the 4th quickest car on track at the minute. Now it's changed to greasy, so we will probably see the lap times drop now. But it definitely took a little bit longer than expected. Peel into 11th. With Bergkamp still having the opportunities to climb. I would say 3 positions if the 81 crew does very well. And we have seen them being super quick, but they need qualifying lap times from here on to the end to do so. Or a little bit of misfortune for the cars ahead of them. They are among the quicker cars on track. Only the race leaders are going quicker than them at the minute. The last lap out, they were actually a 10th quicker. So as we are speaking, they are the fastest car on track. And let's just have a little comparison to the cars ahead of them. The car ahead just came off the pits, but for Patrick Peel, they're gaining over a second per lap, and same goes for Liebenstein in 10th. So it's not over until the fat lady sings. Apparently until Chris Hill sings, and he just sung. So thank you, everyone. Have a good back for 24 days. Cue the exit song. No, we're just kidding, of course, but yes, he was singing, and it was a horrible thing. I'll have nightmares now for many, many years. Almost just half an hour to go. Track is very greasy, Chris. We have mentioned that. You definitely were. It's also been a long day, Chris. No, I don't want to say that again, Chris. Yellow flags, that's the 204 car, that's the lone Mercedes. Where is the Mercedes even? Oh, there. Drive through for the 74 crew. They were playing hide and seek with us on camera. A little bit of hide and seek. But big shout out for all the guys and all the guys who are finishing the race. Good job for every one of those getting the experience in. Stefani Uvalik in the Evolution Simsport car. Caught in the big gaps as many other people are at this point. Not many battles still going on this late. Though we have been blessed, I would say, during these 6 hours of racing with almost start to finish battles up and down the field. There are still cars that are very close to each other, considering that we are endurance racing and we are 6 hours into the race. But straight up battling, we don't see that much of anymore, and I would expect if we see cars getting close together at this point, the car ahead will try and defend the best they can, but it will likely just be the different skill levels of the drivers of the different teams are swapping around, so it will likely just be a guy or driver just passing through in a quick and orderly fashion. But then you never know what happens in races like this. And Cooper is actually getting surprisingly close to Van der Vaart in the business end of the field. Manuel Borkamp or Borkhammer, we saw this car leading earlier on but got into troubles with the rain. And now they're down in 14th position. Cooper here, not the quickest lap last time around. Again this time he is catching up to Jesper van der Vaart, and at this pace he will catch him by the end of the race. But the lap times will obviously be dropping throughout. As track conditions will only improve from now on until the end. We even have a little fight over the track for the first time this afternoon of racing. Here we actually are on board Van der Vaart. We can see Ryan Cooper there in the background. That's the small dot we see back there. That's the white Bentley of the Rio Bentley team. They are catching up still, but will it be enough? Obviously, if they keep on pressuring us there, then it will. But they also have to make them. One thing is to catch another team, or another car. Another thing is to overtake it. Especially if we are this late in an endurance event, then it's a little bit more worth it fighting for positions than it is driving. He's still there, just lurking in the background. Oh, Cooper almost getting a second last lap. Quickest car on the track, I believe. I'm just looking at the Honda, yes. Quickest car on the track. Yeah. Last lap for Thomas is 57. Flat. Yes. Chris is what's known as a dick, Chris's own words. Ah, that was one of the words that we couldn't say. We meant to say gentleman genitalia. Drive mode penalty for Brookhammer. Just to grind a little bit of salt into the wound there for the number 8 crew. And 26 minutes remaining. This will be 26 long minutes for Jesper van der Vaart. As he can see how Ryan Cooper is catching up. He will have to do roughly 20 minutes of very intense defensive driving. Drive through there for the 99, that's the PS UK team, that's Japan, who have just taken over the car, that final one with these guys. But as I was saying, Van der Vaart will have to do about 20 minutes of extremely defensive driving on the track with a straight that's longer than the genitalia of Michael Thomas. So it will be somewhat of a difficult challenge for Van der Vaart. Not undoable though. Not undoable. But look at the race he's closing 2 laps ago. He was just stuck in the background when we were driving down the back straight. Now we can actually see that it's a car. And with good eyes and high quality, high definition monitors, and we could also see it's a Bentley. And green lap times all around the board. This is going to be slightly interesting as we're joined by Simsport apparently.
Hello.
Hello. How's the race going for you guys so far? We saw a late drive-through for you that put you behind the 69 car, and then the 69 also put you in once again.
Yeah, it's kind of been up and down. Actually, our race in terms of driving has gone really well, but just too many mistakes and weird things happening. Obviously, the drive-through at the end didn't really help. Since the car in front also had a drive-through, we thought, okay, it might be closer, P3, and then 1 lap later, we also got it. Yeah, ACC in the wet is a bit weird with track limits, but we all know that, so I made a little mistake going wide, rejoined the track in a way that was about a second slower, but still got a penalty. So it's interesting. That was a shame, but for us it already went south earlier when we had a puncture in the last lap before coming in the first rain stint. We had a puncture, so we lost about 20 seconds there. And then when coming in, we also got a stop and go 30 because there his finger slipped on the wrong button and he let go of the pit limiter. So in grand total, we dropped down to P15.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about that stop go 30. We all knew that it came from the pits, but from such a routine crew as you guys, that was a bit strange to see.
Yeah, it's frustrating, of course, but these things can happen. I mean, Terry is also a seasoned racer, really doing well. His pace is amazing. I'm so glad we picked him up in the team last year. He's doing great. Yeah, these things can happen. Obviously, I didn't think we would recover to P4, so still really happy with the results so far. The race not over, of course, still 20 minutes to go, but we're quite far behind P3, so I don't think we will close that gap anymore, unfortunately, due to the drive-through.
Anything can happen, they could get a drive-through as well, but this have truly been a race of comebacks. Seeing you guys go 30, we had the 69 car who went out after trying to change to wet tires, gone out on dries again, having to stop once again, then getting a was it a drive-through stop go 30? They also got, we had the 81 car that had some sort of mystical issues on the back straight, having to RTG and fighting their way back through. So a lot of comebacks in the race. And basically, you are the best car that have been involved in one of these comeback things.
So that's a shame. I'd rather not be in the comeback, but just in front.
That would have been very nice for you guys. As far as I can calculate time-wise, you wouldn't have been up with Thomas, but you would have definitely have been close to Cooper now at this point for the second team.
Yeah, I would think that with the drive-through, a puncture, and the stop-go 30, we would definitely be close to P1. Obviously, the Aston has been rapid. I think we have been a little bit faster than them in the dry conditions.
For sure.
But they were nailing it in the wet. I think they have a setup for the wet. We went a little bit with the hybrid setup, more towards the dry and towards the top speed, because the Lambo is always struggling with top speed. So we thought, okay, we really need the low wing setup here, which has worked for overtaking, but it's not great in the medium rain.
No, I wouldn't think so. But that's actually a fun thing. The rain period, it seemed to be was the leading car of Red Kings Racing, and then the Rail Bentley. They were the only ones. They were sort of roughly the same pace, and they were about half a second to a second quicker than they on track. Of course, we know that the drivers haven't again they're very experienced. Do you reckon that it's a lot down to the setups in the wet conditions?
Yeah, I think so too. Obviously, we don't know what the other guys are running. It feels like the Bentley and the Aston Martin, they are really good in the rain, where we struggle a little bit. Light rain was okay, but as soon as the rain started becoming more heavy, we were struggling. And as we saw the Bentley just driving straight up 1 second faster than us. Obviously, the driver is also really good, but we shouldn't be more than 1 second off the pace. So I think there's definitely something due to setup, but yeah, all in all, I can't complain. A good comeback from P50.
Most definitely, I can comfort you with it. Last time I checked, you were the quickest car currently on track with Tesh in the car, so you definitely have speed in that Lambo.
Yeah, so now it's dry and sunny. The conditions really suits our car, and we are fast. But yeah, as said before, 20 minutes is a bit too little to drive back from 40 seconds behind or something. You know, something like that. We are like 40, 50 seconds behind, I think.
Yeah, but this is the thing in endurance. Even though we are 5 hours and 40 minutes into a race, this has been one of those races where you just can't seem to predict what's going to happen.
Maybe you should just say something like, "Okay, Schuler is doing such a great job," because then it's maybe commentator's curse and then he'll crash or something.
Last time I did something like that, I ended up winning a championship for some driver in the Tier 2, so I'm not doing that. Oh, just Fredrickson is going so well, maybe he will definitely keep it going. He will definitely not be struck by virtual lightning. No, that will happen. But we have seen there were two cars almost simultaneously getting some weird issues in the backstreet. Did you have some? Did you also experience some sort of technical difficulties, sort of say, during the race? Have it just been a straight sailing for you guys?
As in the issues with the game, technical issues?
I think one of the teams had a game issue. The other ones, it seemed a lot like a hard failure?
No, I think no hardware or game issues for us. Just ACC things with the drive-through and with the puncture. Obviously, there's. I mean, if you double stint wet tires, we knew there is a chance of a puncture. But having a puncture within one stint while the track was wet the entire time or damp, that's it's a bit ridiculous. Nothing gave it away. Suddenly, Terje was going off the track and spinning. So that was very unfortunate. But other than that, no game issues.
Now, is that because that you have Sagnard cogs that you don't have all the disconnects that you use?
Yeah, I think I traded him for a younger version. I'm not sure if he's younger actually.
I think that was a smart move. It's a shame that Tesh is not finished. I could have said if you...
Sorry? Finish?
Yeah, if you want to win, employ a Finn, but apparently he's Norwegian. So
Yeah.
he's no way he's that quick.
Okay. Yeah, maybe work on that.
No, I'm sticking with it. I'm sticking with it. Anyways, Bathurst next time around. Are you staying as a two-man team for that, or have we expect you to compete?
Actually, we were thinking about entering 2 cars solo.
That would have been fun. Jaguars, I would assume.
Yes, the writer engineering and the Jack.
Oh, that would have been fun.
Well, we are planning to add some people to our lineup, so it will be 3 or 4 people at least.
So you have 3 or 4 cars. You have the Jaguar, the Ricard, the M6, and what else for old cars would you like to? The old V12 Aston.
Yeah, V12 Aston. That's quite good. No, I think we will be in the car with 4 people, and it will be the Lambo. Oliver, sorry to disappoint.
Oh, such a shame, such a shame. But you are finding yourselves in a situation where you could potentially fight for a championship this later on, because you last surprisingly close with later on.
Yeah, I think we have shot ourselves in the foot way too often with silly mistakes. So today as well, obviously we should have come out in a better position. In previous seasons, we've done this way too much. Probably cost us also the championship last time round. But yeah, we'll have to see. We are definitely not the fastest all around. I think in this championship there are some really quick teams. Let's hope that we will keep having large grids until the end of the season and everyone will remain there. Really interested to see, because I think we have some different winners in the different races. You can also see that the characteristics of the car suits certain tracks. Even with the BOP, the wet might be good, the temperatures might be good or bad for a certain car. And obviously everyone is gonna probably have an incident or a mistake or whatever at some race. So I think everything is still on the cards. But yeah, we need to do a little bit better. Hopefully we can. I'm really not sure about the championship. It's only race 2, of course. We'll see how it goes in Bathurst. How many times we'll see the wall there, and other people as well.
Yeah, that'll be the big thing there, staying out of trouble. But you did just mention it that we have a lot of quick teams this season, especially this season compared to last season. It's like what used to be pace that was good enough for top 3 last season. That might not be pace that's good enough even for top 10 this season if you're not on it and driving mistake free.
Yeah, correct. I mean, you see that the guys who won the championship last season, they are now somewhere in P9, and last time we also finished roughly near each other. So yeah, I think in general there are some new competitors that are quite quick, and we just need to step up our game.
Yeah, it looks like, and also the field seems to be closer than ever. We used to 5-second gaps between first and roughly. Now it's at maximum 2 seconds, and when you take the top 2 out and then go 3 and down to maybe 30 sometimes, you're 2 seconds.
Yeah, and even among the top teams, I think you could see in stint 1 that the pace was quite even, because at the end of stint 1, I still think we had about 5-6 cars within a second or 5.
Yes, there were just one long train driving.
So yeah, you can see that at least part of the team of the different cars is competitive. Obviously, there's also a skill offset within the team sometimes. And so then you're driving back and forth. One stint one might be faster, the other stint the other might be faster, which makes it really fun. You can keep chasing each other and battling people on track, which makes endurance a little bit more enjoyable.
Yeah, because we have often seen that in races and endurance, many people just seem to find themselves driving in this 10-second gap all race with no one really around. But this season, it doesn't seem. Every time we look up and down the field, everyone seems to be within close fighting distances with a lot of other drivers. Especially at Barcelona, I think that's the best race that we have ever seen here in the channel. Well, both the action and lead changes that happened quite a lot, although the end was a big gap to the race winners, of course. But it seems super close up and down the race, and there was not a silent moment in that race. Same goes for this one, to be perfectly honest. There have been tons of action, tons of lead changes, tons of good overtakes and battling. We even saw two guys that were side by side for literally an entire lap.
Oh wow, that's nice.
Also a little bit stupid, but
yeah, it's. I mean, as the more competitive these races get, the more you'll see just an endurance sprint race rather than a real endurance race. People will be fighting each other to the bone. But sometimes you need to be smart and just let the position go and stick in the draft and stick with the guy if he's a little bit faster, because in the end, meaning that you don't lose too much time fighting can gain you quite a few positions. So you need to find out whether you need to battle someone because you think you're faster and it makes sense to stay ahead, or whether you want to stay ahead because maybe next stint your fast guy comes in the car and you don't want him to have to overtake. So it's a big brain game sometimes.
it definitely is. This is like playing chess when we go racing these endurance races.
Yeah, 5D chess.
Oh yes, definitely. I even have a punching bag that will just fly into my face when I crash. We should make that mandatory for all drivers, actually.
Yeah. Ejection seat.
Oh yes. Oh, Bas almost have that.
Yeah. He exactly asked that.
I think that's the only thing he needs to complete his sim setup.
Yeah, ejection seat. Then he could also play flight sim.
Exactly. I think we should suggest that to him next time we talk to him.
Yes, sounds good.
He will
Maybe he
definitely
can
do
convince his wife.
I don't think there'll be much convincing if you have seen the setup so far.
Yeah.
Just one small thing extra. Yes. Of course. Anyways,
Alright.
good talking to you, Sam. We only have 10 minutes of active racing left.
I was about to say the same. I will go back to my teammate. Thank you guys for the amazing broadcast and the stream as always.
Is that a test dropping down the timing boards?
A test.
No, it's not. Anyways, have fun and good luck with the last 10 minutes of racing. And
Thank you
hopefully
very
we'll
much.
see you on track in about a month's time when we go endurance racing at
Yes, definitely. Catch you later, guys. Bye-bye.
Following now, Michael Thomas leading the race, a position that he have been in for like 2-3 hours now. They seem to have been untouched up there. The Red Kings Motorsports team, and they will likely not lose it at this point, as there's no real challenge for them anymore. They have about 11 wave of gap to P2 of the Luke Oil Racing team. This also means I actually think that the Luke Oil Racing team will thrust themselves, if not to the top of the championship standings, and very close to it, which is always good fun. It also seems like Ryan Cooper have settled in with his pace at the minute in the Bentley, no longer doing almost 18 lap times single lap. Although last lap was invalid for some reason, so there could have been something with that. That's why his lap times doesn't seem as quick anymore. But it's good to see that the competitiveness of this race is still there. Also, it looks like that that Ryan Cooper actually managed to get a sort of qualifying-ish lap in, as he now have a personal best of 1:52.9. That is humongously quick in race pace around here. So they have definitely been added here at the closing stages of the race. While we were talking to Sim, we did see Cooper overtake Van der Vaart. In the race. And it was a little bit expected with the rate that he was catching up. So a P5 for Ryan Cooper and the Royal Bentley team, but Michael Thomas and Chris Winning, they have been untouchable in the lead so far. Nothing have seemed to be getting in their way. Almost a perfect endurance race for these guys. Doesn't seem that anything have gone wrong for them. Maybe except not the greatest of starts, of course, but they were still in it, and they got getting beyond. We're talking from a 5th, 6th position, maybe. You know, so it's not like it wasn't that extreme. They got through it, and once the race settled, we did see other cars, so at least 3 other cars, the number 8, the 4, and the 69, driving a bit away. But they kept going and kept the pace up, and yeah, they definitely had the setup, they had the car, they had everything they needed today to get a good result, and they just kept going. And being smart about everything, they have stayed out of trouble. Back markers, which is, I think, also one of the bigger things that you have to think about when you're nearing the top endurance racing. Don't be too aggressive with the back marks, especially if you don't know the drivers by name. You don't know what they will do in a certain situation, if they have tendencies to maybe do some silly things, and you obviously want to give them a bit more room. But drivers like Michael Thomas and Chris Winning, they know all this, and that's why they have managed to stay out of issues with flashing. I wish we had some live pictures of Michael Thomas and Chris Winning themselves, so we could see whether or not that they look tense and well, how exhausted they really are after a race like this. You know, 6 hours is not endurance. But when you're racing in the rain, then it all of a sudden becomes a whole different ball game. Driving on board the car with the most static driver we have ever seen. Not much movement there at all down the straight, even though it's quite bumpy here. See the wheel moving and the hands shaking. And that's about it. 4 minutes to go. So likely 2 more laps after this. And then we can finally call it a day, a long day at the office for us here in the small commentary shed. And what a day it's been, even though it's been long and hard and tough sitting on these wooden benches with rusty nails sticking up. We have still managed to plow through, and that's only because of the good racing that we have seen on track this afternoon. Top racing, and speaking of top racing, it's still going on here near the end of the race. It is Patrick Peel who have just overtaken Von Liebenstein for 10th position, so a change in the top 10 with 3 minutes to go off the race. 2 laps. It doesn't look like that Liebenstein have any, or Von Liebenstein have anything to fight with, and he will just have to let Patrick Peel go in the SLRT Ferrari, the yellow machine. A truly mean machine, some would say. Doing well there. Only 5 seconds actually from Patrick Peel up to Engelhardt. It is a little bit optimistic at this point in the race to think that you can catch 5 seconds, but it's not 2-5. Only we had half an hour more of racing. If only we had half an hour more of racing here at Paul Ricard. It is also quite soothing. We started the race in the dry, quickly turned out to be a shitfest of rain, or feces fest of rain, and terrible weather conditions. And now we have perfectly clear weather, almost few clouds in the sky, but nice and sunny here in France to finish this day of racing. Virtual France, at least. But if Von Liebenstein haven't given up yet, he's still very close to Patrick Peel. So this could be a thing for the end of the race.
Okay, the leader is on the final lap now. Give it all you can.
One lap to go, which means that we are following the lead car in the bottom right hand screen. That is, of course, Michael Thomas, who have started his final lap of this afternoon, and to become the winners of the 6 hours of Paul Ricard here in SSRI. I actually think this is the first time that we have an endurance race here on the Paul Ricard that we actually go through with. There was one earlier that got cancelled, I remember. But this time, a grand success, we must say, for everyone involved. Michael Thomas down the back straight for the last time. I wonder if this big gang of cars will let him go through and take that one lap less. They're actually battling for positions. They also went side by side through a corner this late. But Patrick Peel seems to fend off Von Liebenstein here. He will have this. Well, technically, he could overtake into the penultimate corner if he stays close enough, which is, of course, a thing here at Paul Ricard, but we'll have to wait and see. Not close enough through the Steve Parker corner for the final time for these guys. Nor will he be close enough down here. I don't think he will be close enough unless if that 73 car gets in the way of things. Then I think Patrick Peel will hold on to 10th position as Michael Thomas rounds the final corner and crosses the line in just a few seconds to win the 6 hours of Paul Ricard here at SSRI. Congratulations, Michael Thomas, Chris Winning, for winning the race. Second place will, of course, be the Luke Oil Racing team. They're still only down the start-finish straight. Long way back as Patrick Peel holds on to 10th position. By a lap and a half, Michael Thomas and Chris Winning wins the race. Here we have Kubanov, the next car to cross the start-finish line. Or not the next car to cross the start-finish line, but next in order. In the standings, order to cross the start-finish line. The P2 in the race. Though he is quite late on sequence, as we stand at the minute, we could actually be in a situation where P3 will be the last car to... No, we won't. Yeah, we could actually see P3 to be the last car to cross the start-finish line and end the race. But Kufanov there, Luke Oil Racing finishes second. Good drive for these guys. Oh, I was looking at the wrong car. I thought it was the 723. That was the second place car, but of course it wasn't. It is the left-hand racing car of Kevin Scholler, who comes around the final corner one last time, almost touching the rear of the Mustang. Across the line, he goes to round out the podium and finish in third position with the left-hand racing crew. Please break T1. Good drive from these guys as well, all the way up into 8th position. That's a bit surprising. They had a very good last couple of stints here, and they got the sequence on just right as they crossed the line. And yeah, that was the race. And what a race we had. Excitement from start to finish. Tons of overtakes, tons of action on track. quite a few argy-bargy moments and some incidents, both major and minor, in this race. And what action we saw, especially with the rain, the pace difference of the cars, how the 69 Bentley came through the field, how the 81 Honda came through the field, how everyone who was involved in anything kept going almost, and how we got 38 finishers here at Ricard. What a race! What a race! Hopefully we'll see you all. We'll just wait a few minutes to see if any of the top 3 drivers comes in for interviews. If they can actually see the interview waiting room. I'm not too sure about that. Maybe we need to look into that. I'm very much sure they probably can. Now I just saw a Scarina shot us, but we'll see what happens in a few minutes as we enjoy some highlights of the race. So thank you all for tuning in to this wonderful, wonderful day of racing here on SSRI. I've been Oliver Anderson, Mr. Wonder Oliver, and behind the cameras have been Grandpa Chris Hill as always. Looking forward to see you all next time when we show the qualifying for the 24 hours of Mount Panorama Bathurst before the 24-hour race. Qualifying, of course, will be on the 12th of December, and race will be on the 14th and 15th. Remember to put a cross in your calendar and tune in for this wonderful, wonderful charity event. have a good evening and a good month until we see each other again. Bye bye.